2 months into dating, my girlfriend says she's pregnant and keeping the baby. Am I ready for this? +1 update. I, 34M, had my first date with my now girlfriend, 31F, in February. Things moved quickly from there. I was staying at her place 5 nights out of 7 most weeks. We became so comfortable so fast that before 6 weeks had even passed, she gave me a key. Later, she admitted she'd thought we'd been dating longer than we actually had. Then, yesterday, she was really quiet. She looked worried, like she was holding something in. After I gently asked a few times, she finally admitted it: she was pregnant. Neither of us are religious, and I personally don't believe that life begins at conception. So my first instinct was that maybe we should end the pregnancy. But I also knew it was her body, and the choice wasn't mine to make. I told her I would fully support whatever she decided. She told me she wants to keep the baby. And while I've been trying to act supportive and reassure her that everything will be okay, inside I feel absolutely petrified. I suddenly feel trapped. Today she went to the doctor, who confirmed she's about 4 weeks along and scheduled a 12-week scan. She doesn't want to tell anyone until then, because with her medical condition, the chances of miscarriage are slightly higher than normal. But I honestly feel like I need advice. I don't feel ready for any of this, and I'm terrified this will end up making me resent my girlfriend and ruin our relationship. At the same time, I was raised by a single mom, and I've always promised myself that I would never abandon my own kids. I'm trying to stay calm for her, but she can tell I'm worried. I'm confused, scared, and unsure of the future. Update, 5 years later. I found this old throwaway account almost 5 years later, and thought it was long overdue for an update. First off, guys, seriously, just use protection. For everyone's sake. Back then, I decided to put my fears aside and commit to the relationship. I focused on supporting my girlfriend through her pregnancy. We were honest with each other about the fact that it might not work out long term, but we both wanted to try. I went with her to scans and hospital appointments, signed us up for parenting classes, and gave notice on my own apartment so I could move in with her permanently. Explaining everything to family, friends, and work was interesting. Most people didn't even know I was in a relationship yet. My mom had actually joked not long before that I should hurry up and give her a grandchild. Needless to say, the announcement was a shock, but everyone ended up being supportive, after they finished laughing. There were some complications with the pregnancy that made things stressful, especially since the placenta covered the baby in a way that made it hard for her to feel movements. But eventually, our daughter was born a little early. That moment, meeting her, was indescribable. Since her birth, life has changed completely. We bought a house in an area better suited for raising a child, and almost a year later, we got married. For the people who doubted whether the baby was mine, she looks and acts exactly like me, and even shares distinct features from my family. But honestly, even if she didn't, it wouldn't matter. My daughter and I have such a strong bond, I wouldn't care either way. And for those who thought my girlfriend was trying to trap me, she's actually done the opposite. Over the years, she's helped me clear my debts, encouraged me to finally seek professional help for my long history of anxiety and depression, and supported me emotionally and financially when I decided to leave a soul-crushing job to retrain for a more fulfilling career. If this is what being trapped looks like, I honestly recommend it. What started as an unplanned pregnancy, something I thought might ruin my life, turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me. I know we're probably the exception, not the rule, but I wouldn't change a thing. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Lucky on you that your 2-month relationship turned out to be a good solid one. But no one should hope to win the lottery. Use protection when not ready to be a parent. Commenter 2. I think both of you being over 30 when she got pregnant was a huge factor in your success. It sounds like you did a lot of maturing before you got to that point. Sure, it's not the ideal trajectory, but it sounds like you were pretty secure in your decisions. Commenter 3. I love that update because the opening post looked like it could have crashed headfirst into a lamppost. With all the extra context, you seem so happy, and good for you and your family. My family disowned me after a fight with my brother. 5 years later, they say I owe it to them to return. But my dad made racist comments toward my girlfriend. That's when I knew reconnecting with my family wasn't right. +1 update. My family cut ties with me a few years ago. Things had already been rocky, but it all came to a breaking point one Christmas at my parents' house. I drank way too much one night and got into an argument with my younger brother. It escalated into a fight. I was 19 at the time, he was 15, and he ended up hurt. I don't want to go into the specifics of what he said that triggered me, because it's personal and not really relevant, but I completely lost control and injured him. It was serious enough that the idea of involving the police was brought up, but in the end nothing came of that. Instead, My family told me they wanted nothing more to do with me. And honestly, that was fair. I was in the wrong, and they had every right to cut me off. I had already moved out by then, so it wasn't like they kicked me out of the house, it was more a matter of telling me never to come back. I don't blame them for that decision. I'm not here to complain about being cut off or to play the victim. I regret what I did, and I've been trying to better myself ever since. The first year afterward was tough. The only contact I had with anyone in my family was with my mom, and even then it was just quick check-ins, wishing each other happy birthday or sending short updates. But after that first year, things actually started getting better for me. I quit drinking, which was the root of most of my problems. I focused on school, did really well, got a job I love, and I've now been with my girlfriend for almost 4 years. Life is good. To be blunt, I don't miss my family. Even before the fight, our relationships weren't great. And after being cut off, I realized I didn't need them. The distance helped me grow, and it gave me the space to build a better life. But recently, things shifted. Over the past few months, my mom started reaching out much more often. She asked personal questions about my work, my life, and my relationship. At first, I thought she was just bored. But she kept it up, and eventually she began suggesting that I come visit. I brushed it off, until yesterday. That's when she added me to a WhatsApp group chat with my dad and brothers. The group was literally titled Reunion. Once I was in, they told me that they'd come to a family decision that 5 years was enough. My mom said my brother had found it in his heart to forgive me for what happened, and they all wanted me to visit so we could catch up on lost time. Those were their exact words. I didn't say much in response. I just told them I needed time to think. Now I feel torn. On one hand, I was the one at fault for the split. If my brother forgives me and they want to reconnect, maybe it's my responsibility to go along with it. On the other hand, my life has improved so much since losing contact with them, and I haven't missed those relationships at all. That's why I asked for advice. Do I owe it to them to rebuild contact, or is it okay to decide against it? Update. I wasn't planning on posting an update, but the response I got was overwhelming. I didn't reply to every comment, but I read all of them, and I truly appreciate the advice, whether people told me to reconcile or stay away. Hearing different perspectives helped me process things. Not long after I posted, I called my brother. We only talked for a few minutes, but I apologized to him for what happened back in 2015. He didn't directly say he forgave me, but he was friendly and told me he appreciated the apology. I'm glad I did it, it felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. He also told me the fight didn't leave him with any lasting physical or emotional damage. I can't know for sure if that's completely true, but it was a relief to hear. As for reconnecting with the family as a whole, I decided against it. I stayed in the group chat for a few days and had some conversations with family members, both in the group and privately. In the end, I told them I was willing to stay in touch through messages, but I wasn't ready to resume face-to-face contact. Part of what made up my mind was the way they spoke to me in that group chat. The language they used really bothered me. They kept saying things like my brother had found it in his heart to forgive me and that 5 years was enough. It didn't feel like they wanted me back as family, it felt like they expected me to be indebted to them forever for letting me back in. That kind of tone continued throughout the chats. They told me I had a lot of work to do if we wanted a normal relationship. Notice, they said I had work to do, not we. My parents also compared me multiple times to the prodigal son. Since they're very religious, it made me think they were framing this as some kind of spiritual victory for themselves, rather than a genuine attempt at reconciliation. The final straw came when I expressed doubts. My dad said, "After all you did to us as a family, we've decided to let you back in." Then he basically told me I should be grateful and that I was ungrateful for hesitating. That sealed it, I backed out of the reunion. Some people joked in comments on my original post, asking if my family just wanted an organ. At first, I laughed it off. But after these conversations, I honestly think it might not be far from the truth. Another huge reason I can't reconnect is my girlfriend. She's been with me for almost 4 years, and we've even talked about marriage. But my dad has old-fashioned, racist views. When I was younger, he made it clear he didn't want me dating outside my race. In the group chat, he referred to my girlfriend as my exotic girlfriend and made stereotypical assumptions about her because she's only half white. That told me everything I needed to know. He still doesn't accept her. And I'm not going to expose her to that. She's my future, and she comes first. There were other things that raised red flags, too. For example, they kept asking questions about grandchildren I don't even have yet. And I got the strong impression my mom was the one driving the whole reunion idea, feeding lines to the rest of the family. At one point, my 14-year-old brother was typing messages that sounded a lot like my 45-year-old mom. So, I made my decision. I told them I appreciated the effort, but I wasn't ready to resume face-to-face contact. I told them they had my number and could text me if they wanted to talk, then I left the group chat. They all read the message. None of them responded. And honestly, I don't know if they ever will. But I can't say I feel sad about it. I'm glad I apologized to my brother, but if this is where things end with the rest of them, so be it. I grew up, I quit drinking, and I built a life for myself without them. When they cut me off, I was a 19-year-old kid who felt like he needed his family. 5 years later, I'm not that person anymore. I know some people wanted me to reunite with them in person, but that's just not how things worked out. Thank you again to everyone who offered support and advice. I hope anyone else dealing with family estrangement is able to find peace, whether that means reconnecting or moving forward on their own. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Some people are just better off apart. Commenter 2. I think you handled this the right way. You apologized to your brother, which was the most important part, but your family's language shows they weren't really interested in rebuilding a normal relationship. They wanted you to crawl back on their terms. That's not reconciliation, that's control. You've built a better life without them, there's no reason to jeopardize that just to ease their conscience. Commenter 3. I get why you're hesitant, but I think you're being a little too quick to shut the door completely. Yes, your dad's comments were wrong, and the language in the group chat was condescending, but at the end of the day, you were the one who caused the break in the first place. If your brother is willing to forgive you and the rest of the family is open to reconnecting, I feel like you at least owe them a face-to-face conversation before deciding it's over. Sometimes the discomfort is the price of repairing relationships.
For 8 months, my boyfriend texted another woman while I slept next to him, all while planning our future together during the day. I'm 26F, and my ex, 27M, and I broke up after 8 years together. I know, a long time. Last year in December, he went to Colombia for his brother's 40th birthday. After the trip, he posted his pictures on Facebook. I didn't think much of it until I noticed a girl hearted only the picture where he was by himself. I asked him about it, and he told me he didn't know who she was. I didn't push further because I didn't see a need to. Come April, he mentioned he wanted to take a solo trip to Brazil for 2 weeks. I asked if I could go with him, since Brazil was somewhere I had always wanted to visit. He told me no, that he wanted to go alone to become more confident, to grow as a person, to learn about the culture, and to explore. He explained that since he was the youngest and in the military, he had always had people telling him what to do. I trusted him. He reassured me that everything between us was going to be okay, that he loved me, and that he was coming back to me. Once on his trip, he would decline my calls and only wanted to text me. I thought it was weird but didn't push it. I just waited. The day after he came back, he was showing me pictures of his trip. That's when I saw a girl in his photo gallery. I started questioning him about who she was. At first, he lied and said he met her in Brazil. But when I told him to delete her number, I saw her name. It was the same name as the girl who had hearted his Facebook picture months earlier. That's when he finally admitted the truth. Back in Colombia, that girl had come up to him, and they exchanged numbers. He told her he was single. He said he snuck her into the Airbnb he was sharing with his brothers, and they hooked up. Then, a month before his Brazil trip, she reached out to him and invited him. He went. For the past 8 months, he looked me in the eyes and lied. He had been texting her while I was asleep next to him. We tried to work things out for a week afterward, because I truly loved him. 8 years of my life had been with him since I was 18. We had our future planned. Then, one day, he told me we should break up because there wasn't trust anymore. I said okay, grabbed his phone, and walked out to the living room to show his parents. We were living at his parents' house. I told them everything because they deserved to know the kind of person he was. Most importantly, I knew he never would have told them himself. He would have kept it secret to protect his image. His mom went to the room and started yelling at him, while his dad stayed with me and tried to calm me down as I cried. I even showed his parents the messages and photos he had exchanged with her. After a while, I went back to the room and saw him crying in his bed while his mom screamed at him. His mom came out and told him he needed to apologize and sort himself out. As I packed my things to leave, he started yelling at me, saying I had no right to tell his parents, that it should have been his decision whether or not to tell them the whole story. I looked him in the eyes and told him I did have every right, because I knew he never would have told them. He only cared about keeping his image clean. My ex was always seen as the sweet guy who loved and cared for me. That's exactly what I told him too, that he never would have admitted it because he's selfish and narcissistic. His parents cried when I said my goodbyes. It hurt seeing his dad cry, because he was always such a serious man. It hurt knowing I had also lost a family. When I got to my car, my ex walked me out. He told me he forgave me for telling his parents. Then he asked if we could go drive and get ice cream to talk and have closure. I just told him, "What is wrong with you?" I got in my car, drove around for a while, and eventually called my parents to ask if I could move back in with them. So, am I the bad guy for telling my ex's parents the real reason we broke up? Edit. He went to Colombia from December 19th to December 31st of 2024. That's where he met the girl. He went to Brazil this year from July 31st to August 13th, 2025. On August 14th, I found out the girl from Colombia was the same one he was with in Brazil. On August 21st, he told me he didn't see us working out anymore. That's when I told his parents the full story, that it began in Colombia and continued in Brazil. Also, the girl had to know he wasn't single. I was all over his Facebook and other social media. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. If the truth makes someone look bad, that's on them, not on the truth, and not on the person who spoke up. Commenter 2. You didn't cause the problem, you just revealed it. If he didn't want his parents to know, he shouldn't have acted that way. The truth doesn't change just because it's inconvenient. Commenter 3. Not the jerk. Best to get your side of the story out there before he can twist it to fit his narrative. After almost 10 years together and 3 kids, I thought my partner and I were solid. Then a message from my cousin's ex revealed he was living a secret life, and it shattered everything I knew. I'm still in shock, so please excuse if this sounds all over the place. I'm leaving some details out because he has read it, but I need advice. My partner, 28M, and I, 27F, have been together almost 10 years. We have 3 amazing kids, ages 7, 4, and a baby who's not even a year old. We basically grew up together. We're not legally married, but he proposed a few years ago right before we bought our house, and we've called each other husband and wife ever since. Our relationship hasn't been perfect, but I honestly believed we'd grow old together. He works long, demanding hours, the same kind of job my dad had, and I've been a stay-at-home mom for almost 5 years, homeschooling our kids. At first, I stayed home because of serious pregnancy complications with our second child, but later he asked me to stay home to save on daycare costs. This year, he even asked me to homeschool. Recently, though, things have been rough. I feel like I have an endless list of responsibilities, while his only to-do is go to work. We've been talking about separating for a few weeks, but didn't want to disrupt our kids' lives. Then I got a message from my cousin's ex-wife. She said she needed to reach out woman to woman and sent me screenshots of my partner on a dating app. The photos were taken just days earlier, not old ones. He even used a fake name, which happened to be the one we'd planned for a future baby if it was a boy. I wanted to believe it was some mistake. He's always spoken strongly against cheating because of how his dad's actions hurt his family. But I had to know. I made a fake profile to catch him myself, no luck. So I pretended nothing was wrong for a few days. Yesterday, I made his favorite dinner and dessert, hoping he'd go to bed early. Once he was asleep, I let my older kids stay up for a movie so I could delay bedtime and check his phone. I've never snooped before, we know each other's passcodes, but I always said that's a line I wouldn't cross. What I found? It was all right there. No dating app installed, but text threads with 3 different numbers, all women, all using his fake name, and sending each other photos. There were also several Snapchat conversations where he was flirting, calling them pet names he calls me, telling them he's a single dad whose kid's mom isn't around. I found explicit pictures, and even a video of him being intimate with someone, just a month after I gave birth. I matched the date to our text that day. He had told me he was out with the guys, sent me messages about how much he loved me, and promised breakfast the next morning. Around that same time, I was crying to him, asking if he still loved me, and he swore I was the only one for him. I saved every screenshot and video to my own email. But now I'm stuck. I have no money, no family nearby, bad credit, and everything we own is in both our names. I feel physically sick. I've been up all night, throwing up, trying to act normal for the kids. So here I am, asking strangers for guidance. What would you do if you found out your long-term partner was living a double life? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. There are many resources out there. I know you're not being physically harmed, but you're stuck in a really tough place that affects your well-being. I'm so sorry you're going through this. I've been there myself, and it's one of the hardest things. Commenter 2. What he's doing fits a lot of signs on the wheel of power and control. He's lying, limiting her access to money, putting her at possible health risks, refusing to co-parent their children, and isolating her from family and friends. Commenter 3. As the child of a dad who was unfaithful, I can say it definitely disrupted my life when I was younger. But now, in my late 20s, I'm proud my mom didn't stay in a situation where she wasn't valued. Do with that what you will.
My wife decided she wants to be a full-time stay-at-home mom. Even though our daughter is 12, and she still expects me to split all the chores 50-50. She says it's for traditional values. But here's the catch, she also expects me to provide 100% of our income, and still split the housework, cooking, cleaning, and school runs 50-50. She even told me, in her exact words, that I need to be a man and provide for everything. I already work over 60 hours a week. I cover all of our expenses. But when I say I'm too exhausted after a 10-hour shift, she calls me sexist for asking why she can't handle more of the housework during the day. She says if I really loved my family, I'd have energy for both. She even tells her friends that I'm lazy, and just want a maid. Honestly, it feels like I'm the one being taken advantage of. I finally told her, if she wants me to do half the housework, then she needs to get a job and help contribute financially. Otherwise, if she's home all day, it makes sense for her to take on most of the home responsibilities. So, am I the bad guy here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. As a woman, I don't think you're the bad guy. If your wife really wants traditional values, part of that role is supporting the person providing all the income. Of course you should still be present as a dad and help at home since you live there, but expecting a full 50-50 split isn't realistic. Honestly, your wife just sounds selfish. Commenter 2. I'm a stay-at-home dad, and my wife makes enough to fully support us. One of my main priorities is making sure that when she comes home, it's a place where she can relax after a stressful job. Sure, I need help sometimes, like if we're deep cleaning before a party or if I'm doing a project and she has to watch the kids, but overall, my goal is to keep things running so home feels peaceful for her. Commenter 3. She's probably watching those TikTok or Instagram creators who act like being traditional means never lifting a finger because they're a baddie. A lot of those channels encourage the worst behavior, demanding everything, providing nothing, and just adding to the list of expectations. Honestly, it comes off as pure narcissism.
We raised my sister's baby for 8 years. Now that I finally had a child of my own, she wants him back. I'm a 35-year-old woman, and I've been married to my husband, who's 38, for almost 10 years. From the start, our marriage always felt incomplete, because no matter how much we tried, we couldn't have a child. Then a few years ago, my sister got pregnant unexpectedly. The father was never in the picture, and she came to us asking for help. She wanted us to cover all the hospital bills and raise the baby, since she wasn't ready to be a parent. My husband and I agreed. We paid for everything, and we even registered the baby under our last name. From that day forward, we raised him as our own. We loved him wholeheartedly. He was our firstborn. We've always been honest with him, telling him that biologically his mom is my sister, but he never cared, he only recognized us as his parents. After years of trying, we were finally blessed with a biological child of our own. She's 4 now, and we're beyond grateful. But suddenly, my sister started making comments. She says she wants to take her child back, since we already have our own. That feels so unfair. We never kept her from visiting, she's always been welcome in our home, but she never showed much gratitude. And now she feels entitled to just take him away, as if the years we spent raising him don't matter. I can't imagine giving him up. He is my son in every way that counts. For context, my son is 8, and my daughter is 4. And legally? He's ours. On the birth certificate, my husband and I are listed as his parents, and we have a signed agreement from my sister. So now I'm asking, am I wrong if I fight to keep him with us and refuse to hand him over? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Your sister gave up her rights when she signed those papers and let you raise him for 8 years. He knows you as his parents, not her. Stay strong and don't let her guilt trip you. Commenter 2. She doesn't get to play mom now just because you finally had another child. You've been there for him his entire life, emotionally, financially, and legally. That counts for everything. Commenter 3. I can see why your sister feels torn. You've raised him as your son, but she may feel like she lost her chance to be his mom and now regrets it. From her perspective, seeing you with a biological child might reopen that wound. It doesn't make her right, but it explains why she's acting out. My dad only shows up about 3 days a year. But the man who raised me, he just asked to adopt me. I'm a teenage girl, born when my mom was only 18. My real dad barely sees me, maybe 3 days a year around Christmas. He clearly wants his other kids more than me, but I try not to take it personally. My stepdad's been in my life since I was 5. He's always kind, though I never really thought he'd care if I wasn't around. But he makes my mom and little brother so happy, and that makes him mean everything to me. Now my mom's pregnant again, and this time I get a little sister. I was nervous at first, but my stepdad hasn't said a single word about this being his first daughter. He's been really careful with my feelings, and I appreciate that. My mom has been excited too, even letting me paint a mural in the nursery since I love art. But sometimes my mom says things like, "I'm grateful I can give this baby things I couldn't give you." She means it in love, but it makes me feel like I wasn't enough, or like I was a burden. I hate feeling that way, because I want her to be happy. She stayed with me when my dad didn't. Painting helps me cope, so I kept busy in the nursery. But at dinner, my mom asked why I was so quiet. I told her how I felt. She got upset, my stepdad comforted her, and I told her I love her and am grateful. Still, she looked sad, and I felt guilty for making her cry, even though I know honesty matters. Update 1. Later, my stepdad sat me down. He said, "You've always been my daughter. No questions asked." The reason he never talked about being my dad was because he didn't want to reopen old wounds with my real dad. Then, he told me he wants to adopt me. He explained my bio dad would have to sign away his rights, and that scared him. Either my dad wouldn't fight and it would hurt me, or he would fight but still not care. But I told him I want him to be my dad. I want his last name. He said even if it doesn't work right away, I can still use his name for soccer jerseys and change it legally at 18. He promised he'll always take care of me, that I've never been a burden, and that even if I were the evil teenage daughter, he'd still love me the same. Update 2. The next morning, I talked to my mom. She wasn't mad at me at all, just at herself. She said she wishes she could have given me more, but I told her time with her was already enough. She cried and said I was the best thing that ever happened to her. Then she said, "Today, you're going to be selfish. We're going shopping." Here's the biggest twist: my mom and stepdad called my bio dad, and he agreed to sign away his rights. I thought I'd only feel relief, but I broke down crying. My parents hugged me, and we're actually having a family party to celebrate. My grandparents are especially thrilled I'll finally share their last name. My grandma is even getting me a gold necklace with it engraved. For the first time in my life, I really feel like I belong. If you were in my shoes, would you want to be adopted by your stepdad? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. This poor kid. I'm glad you have two parents who love you. Commenter 2. I was stressed that her stepdad was going to say, "I care about you, but with the new daughter coming, it's time for you to leave." Commenter 3. Oh gosh, you've convinced yourself you don't deserve anything, and that the people you love won't love you back unless you constantly earn it. You've even told yourself you're not allowed to feel sad about it. When your stepdad told you he'd love you even if you were an evil teenage girl, that honestly made me tear up. It shows he sees you for who you are and wants you to know his love isn't conditional. It also sounds like your parents had a sense that something wasn't right with how you saw yourself, but they couldn't quite define it until you finally spoke up. I don't blame them at all, they clearly care deeply about you. It's just that sometimes, parents can't see what's going on in their kid's heart, especially when that kid works so hard not to cause any trouble. My fiancé proposed, then quit his job. Now I'm paying all the bills while he builds his business and I'm starting to feel like his personal bank. Is this love or financial manipulation? I'm a 38-year-old woman and I've been with my fiancé, who is 41, for 4 years. He's always struggled financially, while I've worked really hard to become financially stable, and it's really important to me to maintain that stability. I encouraged him to find a steady job, and he did, which helped him start to get ahead financially. After more than a year of him being stable, we decided to move in together, and he proposed. However, shortly after the proposal, he unexpectedly quit his job. I understand that he was feeling burnt out and that the work environment wasn't great, but it was a steady income, and it caught me completely off guard. Still, I tried to be supportive because I knew he was under a lot of stress. That's what partners do. He assured me he would find at least a side gig in the next few months while he worked on starting his own business, which eased my worries for a little while. Now, it's been 5 months and he still hasn't found any source of income, although he's working on building his business. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it will bring in any money for several more months, and I'm uncertain it ever will because I haven't seen any real progress. I've tried asking him about it, but he's still in the early stages and hasn't reached out to potential clients yet. I believe it's a good business idea, but I'm concerned about how it will actually work out. In the meantime, he has debts he's responsible for and has run through his savings. I've lent him some money, but the repayment date has come and gone. He's now asked me to help cover his car payment and gas since he uses the car to help take care of my kids. I expressed my discomfort with that, and it turned into a multi-day argument. Now he's asking me to help pay off his debts while he focuses on his business, framing it as me investing in him because we're building a partnership. I understand that perspective, but it feels like an open-ended request, and whenever I try to discuss a timeline for it, the conversations become vague. I end up feeling like I'm doubting his abilities and that I'm not supportive of him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. This will be your life. It wasn't a coincidence that he quit after he snagged you. It was planned. Thank goodness you see who he is before you wed and get pregnant. You would be much more financially responsible for his future than you are now. Commenter 2. Every woman I know in this situation has paid all the way through. Please save yourself now. It will not change. Ask yourself if you're in the same place, but poorer, in 5 years, how will you feel? Do that future version of you a favor. Commenter 3. I had an ex-partner, too, who needed to move into my home because he became homeless. He could earn $500 a day, but burned through his money. In 12 months, he paid a water bill once and nothing towards food or staying in my home. He left, angry and bitter towards me, and found a new victim. I never gave him any money or financially supported him, but he stayed rent-free. Never again. Get him out of your house.
My best friend married my childhood friend, and he has no idea that 20 years ago, she and I hooked up a few times. I'm 38M, and I have a close female friend, 38F, who I'll call Anna. We've been best friends since we were kids, around 8 or 9, and we were basically inseparable growing up. In high school, Anna started dating a guy I'll call John. At the time I was also in a relationship, so the four of us would often go on double dates. John was a genuinely good guy, and while our friendship wasn't as deep as mine with Anna, I always enjoyed spending time with him. They dated for several years before eventually breaking up during university. They said it was mutual. They had been each other's first serious relationship, and I think they both wanted to see what it was like dating other people. It ended amicably, but after that I mostly lost track of John, aside from running into him on campus. Meanwhile, my own relationship fell apart, and I didn't handle that breakup nearly as well. Anna was there for me through all of it. We were both single, we trusted each other completely, and one thing led to another. We hooked up a few times. We were about 20 then, and while it happened naturally, it didn't feel right. We'd known each other so long that it felt like crossing a line with family. It was more curiosity than real desire. So we made a pact, we'd put it behind us, never talk about it again, and go back to being strictly friends. And that's what we did. We stayed close, acted like nothing happened, and it never happened again. A few years later, after graduation, I got a call from John. He said the company he worked for had an opening he thought I'd be good for. I took the job, and soon John and I were hanging out every day at work, on breaks and after hours. Our friendship grew closer, and since Anna and I were still friends too, she and John reconnected. Before long, they were back together. As time went on, my friendship with John actually grew stronger than my friendship with Anna. We had the same humor, similar interests, and just clicked better. When John and Anna got married 8 years ago, I was his best man. 2 years later, when I got married, John was mine. Now, in our late 30s, John is my best friend. But every once in a while, the thought crosses my mind, years ago, I crossed a line with his wife. As far as I know, Anna never told him. If she did, I never noticed a change in how he treated me. Maybe she really did forget it, just like we agreed. I've never told my wife either. Not because of hidden feelings, there aren't any, but because it was so long ago, and we've both moved on. I feel like bringing it up now would only cause damage, and it would turn something small from the past into a much bigger problem. Still, the guilt nags at me sometimes. Am I the bad guy for keeping quiet about this? Edit. To clarify, I have no plans to tell John or my wife. Yes, I feel guilty, but as of right now I don't plan on saying anything. People have asked why I'm even writing this. Honestly, I don't know, maybe I'm just curious how others would handle it, or maybe I'm looking for reassurance. Either way, I'll probably delete this soon. And just so it's clear, after me and Anna ended that experiment in our 20s, nothing ever happened again. We've hung out, sometimes just the two of us, even when drinking, but it never crossed that line again. Our friendship is completely platonic, and none of this guilt has anything to do with hidden feelings. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You seem worried about whether John would think you're the bad guy, but have you thought about how your wife would see it if you told her? If you believe she'd be okay with it, then maybe a lot of your concerns about her reaction aren't as serious as you think. OP's response: if my wife ever found out, she'd be upset, but she'd probably understand. The real issue is that it would change how she sees Anna. Even if she tried to move past it, I'm pretty sure she'd overthink my interactions, make little comments, and act differently around her. That would raise questions from John and Anna and eventually put strain on the friendship. She's a good person, but she's human too, and I think knowing would create problems we don't have right now. Commenter 2. You're risking both relationships if you bring this up. Some things are better left in the past, especially if you both agreed to move on. The real question is, why is it weighing on you now? OP's response, honestly, it's crossed my mind now and then over the years. Back then I didn't have Reddit, but this time I just wanted to see what others would think. I'll probably delete this post after a day or so. My girlfriend's freeloading brother called me lazy because of my disability while living under my roof for free, so I kicked him and my girlfriend out. A bit about me, I'm a 30-year-old guy born with a bone missing in my arm, which means I only have one functional digit. This has left my arm in a fixed position by my shoulder, making it tough to straighten my arm completely. My parents did a great job raising me to be independent, though there are certainly things that are challenging for me, like tying shoelaces. For the most part, I managed to cut my own food, though fine chopping can be quite tricky. Every couple of months, my mom comes over to chop up some veggies, usually onion, celery, and carrots, which I then freeze. I asked her to help with this when I first lived on my own because I was tired of making a mess with onions, either they'd go flying everywhere or turn to mush if I tried using a food processor. When my girlfriend, 28, started dating me, she mentioned that she wasn't really into cooking or learning how. I told her that was okay since I enjoy cooking. After she moved in, I became the primary cook, and she has never had a problem with my mom helping out. In fact, she likes it since she struggles to cut them finely for me. Her brother, 35, has been crashing with us for about 4 weeks now after his ex kicked him out due to his laziness. He hasn't had a job in at least 3 years and doesn't seem to be looking for one, nor does he contribute around the house. We were basically his last resort since no one else would take him in, not even their parents. Yesterday, when my mom came over with the bags of diced veggies, Bill was annoyed. Just that morning, my girlfriend and I had talked to him about his lack of ambition and the need to start acting like an adult. He accused me of being a hypocrite for having my mom help me, calling her out for supposedly treating me like I can't do anything on my own. I felt like that crossed a line. This is something I genuinely can't do, and my mom is just trying to help. I told Bill that I thought it was time for him to leave and that he was no longer welcome in my home. My girlfriend was upset because I made the decision without consulting her first and ended up leaving with him. Since Bill and my ex-girlfriend left, I've been flooded with texts from him and their family accusing me of being a mummy's boy, telling me it's time to cut the apron strings and start handling my own chores like an adult. My ex hasn't responded to my messages, and now I'm left wondering if I was wrong to tell Bill to leave. Here's an update. My ex-girlfriend swung by this afternoon to pick up her belongings. Honestly, it was pretty anticlimactic. I'm not sad she's gone, it's clear she showed her true colors. She had the audacity to blame me for everything and didn't even apologize for any of her or her brother's actions. On Saturday night, she posted on Facebook, trash-talking me, calling me names, and saying I'm a mummy's boy stuck in my comfort zone. I didn't see it, I don't use Facebook, but my sister did, took a screenshot, and sent it to me. The comments section was a disaster, with her friends chiming in and criticizing her saying, "Of course he needs help, he only has one arm," and suggesting she should be supporting me instead. She deleted the post shortly after. My sister, after seeing that, called our uncle to fill him in and suggested he come over to change my locks because she doesn't trust my ex at all. As my ex was leaving, my uncle arrived to change the locks, which visibly upset her. She asked if we didn't trust her, and I hesitated, but my uncle smirked and quickly confirmed our lack of trust. After she left, my uncle joked about how long it took me to see her true nature. Apparently, none of them liked her but kept quiet because they saw I was happy. My sister told me she and my ex couldn't stand each other, which makes sense now, given how my ex treated me. On a brighter note, my sister also handed me the number of one of her friends, Jane. She told me that Jane is interested in going out with me when I'm ready and warned this would be the last time she'd pass along a friend's number. I've known Jane for years, she's great, and we get along well. She was tied up in a long-term relationship before my ex, but she's a chef at a local hotel and has offered to help with cooking whenever I need it. So, that's something to look forward to.
My sister cheated on her boyfriend with his childhood best friend, got dumped, and moved in with me. But she thought she could freeload at my place, so I kicked her out. Plus 2 updates. I need to explain what's been going on with my sister. She's 22 and got dumped by her boyfriend of 2 years about 2 weeks ago. Normally I'd feel bad, but this time I really don't. She wasn't a good girlfriend to him at all. He worked, cooked, and kept their place together while she spent most of her time out with friends. When she was home, she'd wave a broom around for 2 minutes and act like she'd been cleaning all day. And she was also cheating with his childhood best friend, who's a girl. She would lie and say she was out with friends, but she was actually sneaking around. He only found out because the girl accidentally posted an inappropriate photo of them together that was supposed to stay private. My sister came home to find her bags already packed. She begged him to forgive her, but of course he didn't. After that, she came to my apartment and started staying here. She cried nonstop, sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning. The worst part? She never took responsibility. Instead, she kept saying it was her bi-awakening and that her boyfriend should have supported her. One morning, she sat down next to me while I was drinking tea and started crying again about how unfair life was. I snapped. I yelled at her to shut up, told her she brought this on herself, and that if she really loved him, she wouldn't have cheated. She stormed off, called me an and didn't talk to me for a week. Honestly, I didn't mind the silence, but it left me wondering if I was wrong. Update 1, I finally went to talk to her. Her room was a mess, and she glared at me the second I walked in. I laid it out straight: she needed to get a job, split rent, buy her own food, and respect me if she wanted to keep staying here. Otherwise, she was out. She didn't expect that. She argued I couldn't do this to her, that she was healing from her breakup, and that she had nowhere else to go. I told her fine, then she needed to be gone first thing in the morning. I even called my parents and let them know she'd be coming. My mom understood, and my dad said he'd come help. Update 2, good news, she's gone. But not without drama. I woke up to see all her clothes thrown on the floor instead of packed. She said there was no way she was leaving. But halfway through her little speech, my dad showed up. He took one look at the mess and her attitude, and she knew it was over. She started packing, muttered a "forget you" under her breath, and when she finished, she turned to me and said, "Never talk to me again." Then she grabbed my late grandmother's vase and smashed it on the floor. That vase meant a lot to me. I yelled at her to get out, told her she wasn't welcome anymore, and that I expected her to pay me back for the vase. She stormed off, and I started cleaning up. Now she's back at my parents' place, and I'm finally able to breathe again. Funny enough, I saw the girl she cheated with at a cafe with someone else, so that didn't even work out. Honestly? Serves my sister right. Relevant comments, Commenter 1. Calling it a bi-awakening doesn't erase the cheating. She was using that as an excuse to dodge accountability, and you were right not to let her drag you down. Commenter 2. Why is she so upset? She was cheating on the guy. It's not like she liked him that much. Commenter 3. She's not actually sad about losing her boyfriend or the relationship. She's mad that cheating finally caught up with her and now she has to deal with the fallout. She wanted her ex to just put up with it, and when that didn't happen, she suddenly had no place to go. Same thing with you, she's upset you're not babying her, because that means more consequences. She doesn't feel guilty, she just hates that her actions are actually having negative consequences. If her ex had stayed, or if the best friend hadn't dropped her too, she wouldn't be crying. She just wants to play the victim, but she isn't one.
My dad's fiancée thought I'd spend my only day off babysitting her 2 kids. I told her no, walked out, and came back long after her plans were ruined. Now she says I'm the problem, but I call it setting boundaries. I, 17M, lived with my mom until about a year ago. Her health declined to the point where she had to move into a long-term care facility similar to hospice. My dad was never very involved in my life and still isn't. I stay at his place, but I have to handle my own expenses or get help from my maternal grandparents. It's a complicated situation, but that's always been how he is. The only reason he took me in was to avoid paying child support. He'd been paying it for 16 years before that. My grandparents even said they wouldn't ask for it, but he still refused and acted smug about winning as my parent. My dad is engaged to a woman who has a 3-year-old with someone else and a 6-month-old with my dad. I moved in right around the same time she and her child did, and she was pregnant then. We don't interact much, and I'm not close to her or the kids. Last Saturday, I had the day off work and wasn't planning on doing anything. That morning, my dad and his fiancée told me I needed to watch the kids because they had plans. My dad left first, and then she said she'd be gone for about 6 hours. She started going over feeding and nap schedules for both kids, but I told her I wasn't doing it and left the house before she could go. I didn't have anywhere to be, but I wasn't willing to babysit, so I just walked out. She called after me, but I kept going and didn't come home until late. When I got back, my dad was home, and both of them started raising their voices about me leaving the kids without someone to watch them. I told them their mom was still there when I left. They said that wasn't the point. I said it was, and I made it clear I wouldn't babysit, ever. If they needed a sitter, they'd have to find someone else because I'd leave every time. She tried to guilt me, saying she had to cancel her plans. I asked why that was my responsibility when she didn't arrange care for her kids ahead of time. She even brought her sister, someone I'd never met, over to tell me I was being selfish and taking out my dad issues on her sister and her nieces/nephew. I rolled my eyes, grabbed my things, and left. I'm hoping my dad doesn't try to drag this into custody court, and if he does, I hope it's after my 18th birthday so it's just a waste of time. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not in the wrong. This is why your dad wanted you at home instead of your grandparents' house. They wanted a built-in babysitter. They are takers and users. Since you're out already, never go back, never give in. Sorry you're going through this. Commenter 2. Not the jerk. Her sister can babysit if she wants. Commenter 3. No disrespect to you, but what parent leaves a 6-month-old baby and a 3-year-old with a 17-year-old boy who has no childcare experience, for 6 hours? That's irresponsible. And legally, your dad is supposed to provide food and shelter. You shouldn't be paying your own way at 17. I'm glad you walked out, and I hope you can stay with your grandparents and cut contact with your dad if that's what's best for you. That's what others had to say. Now I want to know what you think. Am I the problem here, or just setting boundaries?
My boyfriend humiliated me all weekend while drunk and angry. He cursed at me, ignored me, and made me feel like nothing. Now he says he'll change, but I've heard that before. My boyfriend, 35M, and I, 31F, have been together for 3 years, living together for 1. We've known each other since high school, so we have a long history. Over the weekend, we went camping with some friends, and 2 things really unsettled me. First, we were trying to set up a bug net together. He had been drinking and suddenly started taking it down. I thought he was just adjusting it, so I helped get a part that was stuck. When I saw him putting it away, I asked what he was doing. He snapped, "You took it down, so we're not using it." I was confused and replied, "Wait, I thought you were taking it down, I was just helping." He got defensive, handed the net to me, and said, "Whatever," so I quietly put it back up. Later, when I was starting a fire to cook, I casually asked a friend to grab a stick to help move some logs. Out of nowhere, my boyfriend jumped in and said, "I'm not an idiot, but here," then started aggressively poking at the fire with an axe. He turned to me and said, "This is the hot part of the fire, and this is the cooler part. Do you fucking got that?" I was stunned. I just stood there in silence. When my friend returned with the stick, my boyfriend started loudly saying that I talked to him like he's not smart. I told my friend exactly what he had said while he was standing right there. He tried to defend himself. I told him to stop, and then he stormed off to take a nap in the car. When he came back to camp later, he ignored me completely and chatted with everyone else, not saying a word to me until we got home the next day. We drove separately. Once we got home, he said, "I'm sorry I lost my temper." After I took a shower, he said, "We should have a talk," and then went on about how I am so mean to him. This led to an argument. He explained he had been drunk and anxious all day and regretted what he'd said as soon as it came out. I pointed out that this seems to be a pattern. He lashes out, minimizes it, or tries to make me believe I acted like he did, not him, and then offers a vague apology. He said he would stop drinking again and wants to work on fixing things, but I'm not sure if I believe that anymore. He has said this before. I feel embarrassed, confused, and emotionally drained. I'm trying to improve at not cutting people out of my life when things go wrong. Has anyone else been in a relationship like this? Did it get better, or did you decide to leave? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, yes, I have been in a relationship like this. It never, ever gets better, and it always gets much worse. After you leave, you will only wonder why it took you so long. I wish you much strength. Commenter 2, you ask if it gets better. The hard truth is, no, not without serious accountability and professional help on his part, along with a genuine desire to change. Even then, you'd need to see consistent, long-term changes before feeling safe again. Commenter 3, I stayed far too long, and, most likely would have stayed longer if he didn't have an outburst in front of my sister. I left him 2 months later with our girls in tow. He kept telling me to come back, that he would change, that he would go to therapy. I didn't go back. He never went to therapy, and he didn't change. In fact, it got worse to the point where he can no longer have any contact with our girls. My husband tried to seduce our daughter's girlfriend through months of secret texts, and then blamed me when his actions landed him in the hospital. I, 43F, have been married to my husband, Chris, 45M, for 21 years, and we have a daughter named Sarah who's 19. Recently, she started dating Lena, a lovely 20-year-old with Egyptian-Palestinian roots. From the beginning, I was very impressed with Lena. She's soft-spoken, respectful, and thoughtful. I loved seeing how much pride she took in her family and culture. It was refreshing, and I was genuinely happy for Sarah to be with someone who treated her with such kindness. Chris seemed to take a liking to Lena too. He would often ask her questions about her background, such as whether her family was religious, what kinds of food and traditions they had, and whether they still had family in Gaza. At first, I thought nothing of it. Chris has always been curious about different cultures, so I figured he was just being friendly. However, everything changed a few nights ago when Sarah came home looking upset. She had Lena's phone in her hand and said she needed to tell me something serious. She handed me the phone, and what I found was alarming: an entire month's worth of text messages from Chris to Lena. At first, their conversation seemed harmless, but then it took a disturbing turn. Chris was complimenting Lena's beauty, claiming he had never been with an Arab woman before. He mentioned how she had a captivating look that he wished he had explored before being with me. He expressed curiosity about her wearing traditional clothing and even suggested she would look beautiful in a hijab, despite her not being Muslim. Worse yet, he proposed that the three of us, him, me, and Lena, could explore something more intimate together. He masked it like a joke, but it was anything but funny. Lena never encouraged his advances. She made it clear to him that she was with Sarah. Chris tried to brush it off as late-night ramblings or stress, but it was clear he crossed a significant line. Initially, Lena didn't want to inform Sarah, fearing it might disrupt their family. However, after weeks of anxiety, she decided to tell her, leading to Sarah ultimately showing me the messages herself. Sarah left shortly after I finished processing everything, and when Chris returned home that evening, I found I had little to say to him. However, once he was asleep, I took the time to pack up a good portion of his belongings and place them by the front door. When he awoke, I confronted him, claiming I had seen everything he said to Lena, and told him it was time for him to go. He didn't even attempt to deny it. Instead, he tried to rationalize his behavior, insisting that it was all just fantasy and that he had been grappling with his mental and emotional health for a while, struggling to articulate it. He revealed that Lena had prompted thoughts he had never allowed himself to consider. He implied that being with me, a white woman, felt safe but maybe too safe, which led him to wonder about experiences with someone different. I didn't have much to say, so I simply reiterated that he needed to leave, and he did, heading to his mother's place. Later that day, she began bombarding me with texts, followed by a series of photos showing Chris in a hospital bed. She claimed he had collapsed in her kitchen from the stress and had suffered a heart attack. Now, he's recovering, but she hasn't stopped messaging me. She accused me of breaking him and pushing him too far, insisting I should have handled our issues privately, like a devoted wife would. She blamed both Lena and Sarah, claiming I was prioritizing some foreign girl over my husband of 21 years. She even called me heartless for not visiting him right away while also stating she wouldn't let me see him in the hospital. Chris has only reached out once from the hospital, asking when he could return home, but I haven't responded yet. What hurts the most is that I still love him. I love the man I thought I was building a life with, the one I shared years alongside. It devastates me to think he could express such things and still return to me, looking me in the eye as if nothing had changed. I know my decision was necessary for my daughter, but it doesn't bring me any comfort. It feels like my entire life is unraveling. Am I wrong for what I did to him? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the a-hole. Your husband is sick and you did not cause him to have a heart attack. That is 100% on him. Your mother-in-law is upset because he is her son, but I would tell her that he made his bed, he can lie in it. Then block her. Stand by your daughter. It is not her fault her dad is being creepy, nor is it Lena's fault. Commenter 2, him only asking when he's coming home screams that he thinks he got a free pass because of his health scare, and is going to be forgiven out of guilt. No actual consequences for objectifying and harassing his daughter's girlfriend. Gross. Commenter 3. Chris had a heart attack because his arteries were clogged and could not supply blood to his heart. That takes years to happen. His mother is full of it, trying to guilt you like that. Contact a divorce attorney as soon as possible. I opened the relationship because I was bored, he found love, and now I'm bored and single. This wasn't supposed to be a permanent thing. How do I steal him back? +3 updates. 8 months ago, I, 25F, asked my partner, 28M, if we could try an open relationship because I felt a bit bored with him. There was nothing wrong with our relationship, but I just didn't feel that excitement. He agreed, but he made it clear that if he developed feelings for someone else, he would leave me for her. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. He left me for his new partner, around 28F, and now I want him back. What can I do to win back the love of my life? Update 1. I know this might not matter to anyone, but I wanted to share that I was kicked out of his house last Sunday, so it's been 6 days now. I excruciatingly miss him and would do anything to have him back, but he seems happy on social media with his new girlfriend, who I suspect he may have been seeing while we were together. I tried calling him many times, but he didn't answer. I even saw him in public by chance, and he pretended like he didn't even recognize me at all. When I went to our old place, just to talk, things got heated. His new girlfriend seems to hate me, someone I barely know. She ended up trying to attack me for no reason, and while he was trying to separate us, she maced me. Now, he's trying to file a restraining order against me. I don't understand what I did wrong. She was the one who attacked me. How can I show him that he's in a relationship with a psychopath? Update 2. I think this will be my final update. The restraining order has been filed, which means I can't be within 100 feet of my ex, Harry, and his new girlfriend, Jess. I'm planning to move back to my hometown in Arizona and start fresh. They seem happy together, and I just want to find some peace in my life. Thanks to everyone for your advice. Yes, I was already in therapy, and I'm still going. I urge anyone my age or younger to listen to my advice about social media, especially TikTok. It can be harmful, and I've seen that firsthand since TikTok made me want to open my relationship in the first place. Please take care of yourselves. Update 3. It's been 2 years since everything happened. I've tried to stay offline and focus on my life, but my ex and his now wife continue to live rent-free in my head. I wanted an open relationship, so what? But I regret how things turned out. It's unfair that he strung me along for 8 months with someone he met through me, and then ended up marrying her. She's living in my home with the man I thought I was gonna marry. He keeps renewing the restraining order ever since it first expired, and it seems like he'll continue to do so. He hates me for reasons I don't understand. It's been really tough. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Was he happy when you wanted to open up the relationship? If he was happy with you, then you were making plans to date and sleep with other people while he was making plans for his future with you. Commenter 2. You don't understand why he hates you? Well, I can tell you the reasons. You wanted an open relationship. He didn't. He said if you insisted, and he got feelings for someone, he would dump you. He fell in love. You got dumped. You then harassed him and his new girlfriend by showing up at their apartment to talk. You seem to have incited a physical fight, which ended in you being rightfully maced. You are delusional and a threat. That's why he hates you. That's why he renews the restraining order. You need serious professional help, and you won't find it on Reddit. Commenter 3. You need to find a better therapist because this one is not working. My boyfriend proposed to me at my best friend's wedding, and it destroyed 2 relationships at once. There's no coming back from this. My boyfriend T and I, both 26, have been dating for a year and a half. My best friend E just got married a little over a week ago. We've been friends since we were 5 years old in preschool. I was her maid of honor, and T was invited since he's friends with E's husband, though he and E don't know each other well. The ceremony was beautiful, and the reception started off wonderfully. About halfway through the reception, after a few drinks, we were dancing and having a great time with E, her husband, and some friends when suddenly T got down on one knee. He pulled out what looked like a ring box and began saying my full name in a serious tone. My heart dropped, E's expression changed, and everyone turned to look at us. I laughed, pulled him back up, and kept dancing, thinking it was just a joke. He looked confused but eventually put the box away. E looked like she might cry, and I have never been more embarrassed in my life. All of E's family saw it happen, some of my family were there too, and all our friends witnessed the whole ordeal. Aside from how incredibly tacky it is to propose at someone else's wedding and steal their moment, It was clear he hadn't even asked the bride or groom for permission beforehand. After a few awkward minutes of dancing, T took me outside and asked, "What was that?" I expressed my frustration over the situation, but he didn't seem to grasp why proposing at someone else's wedding was inappropriate. I just don't understand why he thought it was okay to crash someone else's celebration like that. We hadn't even discussed getting married. Following our argument, T ended up taking a taxi to his parents' place. I went home after the reception, feeling completely unsettled. Of course, I apologized to E. She's understandably upset and has asked for some space, which breaks my heart. I feel like in one night, I lost both my best friend and my boyfriend, and neither has spoken much to me since. T says I completely humiliated him. So, am I the a-hole here? I don't know what I could have done differently in that moment, but now I feel like I've lost the two most important people in my life because of this situation. Any advice would mean the world to me right now. Thank you. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Best friend should come around once emotions have calmed down and realizes you don't support your boyfriend's actions. I think you and your boyfriend are over, though. Not the a-hole for rejecting the proposal. OP's response, I really hope so. It feels like a part of me is missing without her. I haven't made a big effort to reach out to T, I'm not one to beg for forgiveness, but I do send him the occasional message just to check in. I understand that this situation must have been embarrassing for him as well. Normally, I would talk to Emily about this, but she's on her honeymoon and hasn't replied to any of my messages since Wednesday. She's like a sister to me, and I truly hope we can get through this together. Commenter 2. If he's not emotionally developed enough to understand how rude it is to propose at someone else's wedding, he's not the one for you. I'm so sorry he embarrassed you like that. Not the a-hole. Commenter 3. This is wild. He needs to understand that you don't propose without conversations first. Period. And you never propose at someone else's event without true permission. Period. He needs to grow up and take accountability. There is no compromising here. He owes the bride an apology. And you. My brother announced his baby news, but I ruined it with my cancer diagnosis, and now his wife swears I stole their moment on purpose. My brother and I are very close, but his wife and I have always had some tension. Back in May I got sick, and by June I finally went to the doctor. That's when I found out I had stage 2 breast cancer. After lockdown ended, I invited my family over to tell them in person. But when we sat down, my brother asked if he could go first. With a huge smile, he announced that his wife was 4 months pregnant. Everyone cheered, hugged them, and the room was filled with joy. About an hour later, they asked about my news. I knew this would be my only chance to tell them all together, so I did. I explained my diagnosis, and the atmosphere instantly shifted. Everyone rushed to comfort me, and my brother was shaken. But I noticed his wife sitting quietly in the corner, upset. Later, I went to her and apologized for the timing. She snapped that I should have waited, or just called everyone on Skype, because I had ruined their moment. I told her I wanted to share in person, since this was my family. She cried, demanded to leave, and my brother drove her home. That night he texted me asking if I told her she wasn't part of the family, because that's what she claimed. I was shocked. I never said that. The next day my parents told me she'd called them in tears, saying I was jealous of her pregnancy and trying to ruin her life. I explained what actually happened, which caused more tension between her and my parents. My brother tried to mediate, but every conversation ended with her in tears. I started wondering if I should have just kept quiet, even though I needed my family's support. Edit 1. Wow, I didn't expect so much feedback. Thank you all for the love and support. I want to clarify, when my brother asked to go first, he didn't know my news. Later he admitted if he had, he would have waited, because my health is more important. His wife wasn't happy about that either. Earlier this year, she had a miscarriage, which makes this pregnancy feel even more fragile. And the reason I didn't just call him privately was because he arrived last, quickly asked to announce first, and I froze in the moment. Edit 2. I also want to say, I never implied she wasn't family. When she accused me of that, I clarified that I only meant I wanted my parents and brother there with me when I told them. My brother and parents know that. He means a lot to me, and I wouldn't deliberately hurt him by creating drama with his wife. That's why, when I saw she was upset, I approached her. But it all spiraled out of control. Update. I've started treatment, and my parents moved in to help me. One day, my brother showed me texts from his wife calling him a bad father for choosing me over her. She told him to decide, either her and the baby, or me. I felt terrible and apologized to him, but he said I didn't need to. He admitted if he'd known, he would have postponed their announcement, and that his wife would have been upset regardless. Still, I wanted peace, so I invited her for coffee. At first she was cold, but I told her I was sorry if I made her feel excluded, though lying about me wasn't okay. She finally broke down crying. She admitted she lied to my parents and my brother because she wanted sympathy, and when she didn't get it, she felt even more alone. She explained that after her miscarriage, this pregnancy felt fragile. Seeing the focus shift to me made her feel invisible. She apologized, and later my brother texted that they'd had a long talk and agreed to couples therapy. Things are still tense, my parents haven't forgiven her yet, but it's calmer. I just want to focus on my recovery. Edit 3. I'm not a saint. I felt angry and hurt too. But carrying that anger would only add stress to me, to her, and to my brother. Reaching out first gave us a chance to move forward. Thank you all again for your support. It means more than you know. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Imagine accusing someone of stealing the spotlight with their cancer announcements at a gathering they have arranged. She needed therapy like ages ago. Commenter 2. Honestly, your brother's wife projecting like that shows she was insecure already. Lying about what you said crossed a line. Commenter 3. I think your sister-in-law was sensitive after having a miscarriage. This pregnancy was emotional for her. But blaming you instead of talking it out just made things worse.
I inherited my dad's farm, but the barn held some of my darkest memories. Could burning it down help us heal? +1 update. I just inherited my father's farm. On the property, there's an old barn, one that carries nothing but bad memories. When we were kids, my dad would go there to drink and yell. And when he was angry with us, that barn is where he dragged us to. It's where he took his frustrations out on me and my siblings, sometimes locking us inside overnight. So now that the farm is mine, my brother and I both feel the same way. We don't want this barn standing anymore. We thought about pouring gasoline and setting it on fire, but we had one big question: would that count as arson? Update. The burning of the barn finally happened. We went to the fire department and asked about a controlled burn. They told us it might be possible under certain conditions, but first they had to do an inspection. They made us clear out anything that could cause toxic fumes, old tires, a ruined tractor, even leftover paint. Once the barn was mostly clean wood, they said it was safe. In fact, they were glad to use it as training for a new recruit. They set up protections for nearby trees and buildings, and then let us be part of the process. When the day came, they let us light the first symbolic flame before taking over for safety. The rain from earlier that week slowed things down at first, but then, suddenly, the entire barn was engulfed. It was intense, almost beautiful. Watching it collapse gave us a strange sense of closure. For those asking, yes, we did keep some tools and good boards to sell. But most of what was inside was junk, old bottles, ripped calendars, and clothes we decided to toss in. The important thing wasn't the value, it was watching the place burn away. Did it erase everything our dad put us through? Of course not. But it brought relief we didn't know we needed. We couldn't have the big barbecue we wanted with the fire crew, but we had a small get-together with some drinks. The firefighters were absolute legends, professional but laid back, and they seemed to enjoy it too. We're planning that barbecue next summer to celebrate properly. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I bet that was beautifully cathartic. Hopefully burn the trauma away. Commenter 2. This is so wholesome. The fire department gets to do fire safety work and a fun burn as well as training the new guy. You and your brother get to light the barn on fire and cleanse your spirits. Commenter 3. God, that sounds so cathartic and great. I wish I had an experience half as fun. When my abusive father was dying, everyone begged me to forgive him, but when I finally stood at his bedside, I couldn't give him the ending he wanted. I'm a man in my 40s. Technically an only child between my mom and dad, and a child born out of wedlock. My mom used me as a weapon against my dad until he finally got custody after she lied about abuse. Then she basically disappeared. Ironically, back then my dad was a good man. But once he remarried, had 5 more kids, and went ultra-Christian, everything changed. Nothing was ever his fault anymore. He thought he could just get forgiveness from God and his church friends. He and his new wife became abusive, physically, emotionally, and mentally. They tore me down until I ran away at 15 to start my own life. For decades he refused to admit the truth. I let it go, and we didn't speak for years. Fast forward, he's now on his deathbed. The family pressures me to visit. Everyone's there, acting heartbroken, while I can't shake years of abuse they all ignored. When we finally talk, he asks me to forgive him. Everyone's waiting for this big hallmark moment, the son forgiving the father. But I just couldn't. Instead, I said, "No, but I'll see you in hell." Then I kissed him on the forehead and walked out. You could have heard a pin drop in that room. I didn't plan it, it just came out. Now the family's furious, saying I should have forgiven him because he was dying. But none of them lived through what I did. None of them helped me. They just gaslit me. Am I the Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You're not the bad guy here. Your dad didn't really care about making things right, he just wanted an easy way out and a clean conscience. That's why he waited until the very end to bring it up, hoping to guilt you into forgiving him. And that's why he made sure the whole family was standing around, to pressure you into saying yes. Honestly, did he ever actually apologize? Or did he just skip straight to asking for forgiveness? OP's response. Yeah, you're probably right. He never once took responsibility for what he did, and that always ate at me. The part that hurts most is I remember what he was like before he remarried and went born again. Back then he was gentle, loving, and emotionally present. He used to write poetry, share music with me, and we had a real bond. After that marriage, it was like he turned into a completely different man, and I became the target. It still breaks my heart when I think about it. Commenter 2. Why does it matter what your family thinks? It appears you don't like or respect them. They didn't listen when you asked for help, and they brushed off what you went through. If they didn't care back then, why should you care now that they're upset about what you said? OP's response. It's not that simple when it comes to family. I do care about what some of them think, because not everyone was at fault. Others definitely were, but in my family it was always considered off limits to step in and tell another man how to run his household. So yeah, it's complicated, not everything is black and white. My wife called me a failure after I sacrificed everything so she could become a lawyer. She then called me a beta and left for an alpha male. I spent 7 years with my ex, 5 of which we were married. From the moment we met, it felt like love at first sight, and everything just clicked. After 2 years of dating, we decided to get married. Soon after, we welcomed our baby boy, who was born during the pandemic. My wife left her job so I could continue working as a line cook and picked up some shifts with Uber Eats on the side to help support us. When things began to settle down a bit, my wife expressed that she wanted to keep her passions alive and didn't want to lose herself after settling down. So, she returned to finish law school and take her bar exam. I was all in to support her, and we tried to make things work. Once she passed her bar, she quickly landed a job at a downtown firm, thanks to her friend Dumbo. That's when things started to shift. Suddenly, my wife was making good money, enough that she suggested I quit my job and become a full-time dad since she wouldn't have the time. I wasn't ready to leave my position, cooking was my passion, and I had worked hard to become a chef. Ultimately, though, I followed her lead and transitioned into being a stay-at-home dad. As time went on, our marriage began to struggle. She started pulling away and working long hours, often spending weekends out drinking with colleagues to network. Sometimes, she'd even go out of town. At home, she seemed frustrated with me, and it felt as if her personality had completely changed. The nurturing person I once knew felt distant, and our intimacy dwindled. Through therapy, I've started to recognize that I also played a role in our struggles. I could have communicated better about my feelings, which might have helped. Nonetheless, my son has been a bright spot in all of this. Being there for his milestones and watching him grow gives me hope and reminds me that everything will be okay. One day, she approached me and said she wanted a divorce. Deep down, I wasn't surprised, everything seemed to be leading to this moment. Yet, I held on to hope and asked if she really meant it or if there was still a chance to work things out. I suggested couples counseling or a temporary separation, but she turned both down and revealed that she had found someone else. That revelation left me shattered. While I understood that things were changing between us, I never imagined she would stray. She mentioned it was a colleague from her firm. It felt surreal, like something out of a Korean romantic comedy. She told me how he had invited her out several times and introduced her to the life of luxury she supposedly deserved. Our conversation escalated into an argument where she insisted that this guy was twice the man I was. She criticized me for being a stay-at-home dad while his wife went to work and earned the money. I couldn't believe it, it was her idea for me to stay home. What about the fact that I worked 2 jobs during the pandemic? Apparently, that didn't count in her eyes, I was just a delivery driver and a cook. Wow. She described this new man as an alpha male, someone who knew how to meet a woman's needs and take care of her. She raved about his height, his muscles, and how he had a real job that allowed them to go on weekend getaways, which she claimed were work-related. The worst part? He was too much of a man to make things official until she and I were officially separated. I almost couldn't help but laugh at how deluded she had become. When I asked her about our son, she said I could have him since he preferred me anyway. That hurt the most. It felt like she was discarding him like some object. For the first time, I didn't recognize the person standing in front of me. I won't deny that my anger got the best of me, and I said some things I regret. I could see the surprise on her face. I hardly ever lose my temper. Then, she turned and walked away. After she left, I was a wreck for 2 weeks, hoping for a call or some sign that she'd come back. I wasn't in love with her anymore, but the thought of life without her was terrifying. My son was the only reason I pushed myself to keep going. I knew I couldn't slip into the bottle or take a dark path, not for him. I eventually swallowed my pride and asked for my job back, which they gave me on some weeknights, better than nothing, at least. The following months were a blur of just keeping my head down and working hard. The divorce was moving fast, and soon enough, it was official. The hardest part was feeling completely alone. On social media, everyone was praising her as this strong, independent woman breaking free, while I felt like the villain holding her back. Not a single person reached out to check on me, but maybe that was a blessing in disguise. It pushed me to try therapy, and I'm grateful for that. For anyone hesitating about therapy, trust me, it makes a difference. Now, fast forward to this week. I got a call from an unknown number, and when I answered, it was my ex, sobbing. She told me her alpha male boyfriend found someone else, and she was terrified to confront him since he's a partner at her firm. That conversation opened my eyes to her perspective on everything that had happened. My ex has always been beautiful and outgoing. But after having our son and during the pandemic, she felt insecure and unappealing, even when I told her otherwise. Landing her job gave her the validation she craved. Unfortunately, Dumbo, her friend who recently divorced, fueled her insecurities and twisted her view of me. In her eyes, I became this beta male who was hindering her freedom. She threw around some harsh thoughts that I won't go into here, but it was definitely an enlightening conversation. I shouldn't have pushed her away, making it easier for her to listen to that kind of negativity. Still, I couldn't shake the disappointment. She threw everything away so easily, swayed by whim and peer pressure. My ex reached out and asked if we could give things another shot. She expressed how much she misses me and admitted to taking everything I did for her for granted. I used to make her lunch each morning and ensure she stayed on top of her medications. Those small gestures meant a lot to her. I can't lie, I told her I missed her too, and I know our son definitely does. But I also remember that she made her own choices. What if things worked out with the other guy? I don't want to be a backup option for her. She cried and said she wanted me back just a week after she left, but her pride kept her from reaching out sooner. I was clear with her, I said no and hung up. Since then, friends and family have been texting, calling me heartless, saying I should be there for her during this tough time instead of leaving her to pick up the pieces. Honestly, that message stung the most. I have a lot of respect for her father, so I listened to him when he invited me over for a conversation this weekend. He wants me to bring our son and talk things through to see if there's a chance for resolution. I'm going to go, but I plan to stick to my decision. Still, all these messages have made me question myself a bit. I want to make sure I'm not in the wrong here before I attend. Am I the one in the wrong? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I'm a lawyer whose husband was a stay-at-home dad and who, personally, struggled during the pandemic. I didn't cheat. I didn't give up. I'm not going to say your ex-wife didn't suffer, I don't know her, but that doesn't excuse her actions. She made choices over and over and over that hurt you and your son. And, from personal experience, she didn't have to do that. Not the whole, and I recommend keeping to the boundaries you've set. Commenter 2, this is the bottom line. You could possibly forgive or understand what she did to you. But what she did to her son was diabolical. She didn't care how her son suffered for her freedom. She left him behind like he was a pair of old shoes she couldn't be bothered to pack. Commenter 3, don't waste your time discussing some stupid resolution with her dad. She's a cheater who betrayed your family. You deserve better than that. She's just mad because now she's seeing the consequences of her actions. She turned her life to trash. She's the only one that can clean it up. Editor's note, OP has not provided an update.
My boyfriend told me his debt was gone and we started house hunting. But after committing to a home, he revealed the truth, and it shattered me. He'd been lying all along. My boyfriend, 28M, and I, 25F, have been dating for 3 years. During our second year, he disclosed that he had about $16,000 in debt. He explained that the debt stemmed from his previous relationship where he moved in with his ex-girlfriend. After discovering she was cheating, he moved back to his parents' house but continued to pay half of their rent and other expenses while she stayed in the house. I told him I wanted him to focus on paying off the debt for a year before we considered moving in together. I thought it would be best for him to stay at home and manage his finances. Throughout the year, I checked in with him about how the repayments were going. He always reassured me that the debt was decreasing, even sharing that he used part of his student finance loan to help with the payments. During this time, we traveled abroad together. I paid my share, and he covered his own expenses. Each time I asked if he was okay financially for the trips, he confirmed that he was fine. Fast forward to now, he told me the debt was fully paid off, allowing us to start looking for houses. Over the past 2 months, we have been house hunting, attending viewings, talking to estate agents, and purchasing items for our home. We found a house we both loved and began the mortgage process. He took the lead on that, and while I shared my financial documents, I didn't see any of his expenses. I have saved $20,000 during our relationship, so I was planning to put down the deposit and buy the major furniture. He asked me to split the $500 reservation fee, which struck me as odd given my significant contribution to the house, so I declined and said that was something he needed to cover. After signing all the agreements to take the house off the market, he revealed that he still had debt, but it was actually worse than before, around $22,000. I was shocked and upset to learn this. Throughout the past year, he had been misleading me about his financial situation while hiding his credit card debt. Feeling completely betrayed, I called off the house move. I thought what he did was hurtful, allowing me to believe we could move in together and even signing documents without being honest about his situation. He explained that he hid it out of shame, knowing how much I wanted us to live together since we are in a long-distance relationship. The hardest thing to hear was when he told me, "The hard truth is that I never had debt before meeting you," and then added, "Well, you always had to go on holiday every 6 months." Just to clarify, we've been on 5 holidays in 3 years while living at home with minimal expenses, and I paid for my share of the trips without needing to use a credit card. We've been going back and forth all week. Even though he's taken some responsibility, I don't feel like any apology would really make a difference. Now his parents are stepping in to help him with his credit card debt, and I find that really concerning. He's an adult with no grasp of finances, yet he thinks we could still move out together while he's paying off his debt. If he can't manage it while living with his parents, how could we handle it together on top of regular household bills? He told me one of his cards has a 30% interest rate and the other is at 22%. He's paying around $700 a month just on credit cards and interest. I honestly don't know how to move on from this. Part of me feels like we can't recover, but I've invested 3 years into this relationship. It all feels unreal. When we first met, he would take me out to nice dinners and bring me expensive flowers. For our first Valentine's Day, just 3 months into knowing each other, he planned a trip to a private cabin with a hot tub. I later discovered that he put all of that on his credit card. He admitted he was just trying to impress me, make himself seem wealthier than he really is. I've never cared about wealth. When we met, I was a university student with little money. All I wanted was a nice boyfriend who treated me well, not a lavish lifestyle. He claims that I expected to be treated like a princess, which is completely false. Since we're in a long-distance relationship, we only see each other once a week. At one point, we didn't even see each other for 3 months, so it's frustrating to hear him say I had expectations that never existed. I'm feeling heartbroken and unsure about what to do next. Does anyone have any advice for me on how to proceed? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You've spent 3 years on this man. You've discovered the following: he's a very successful liar. When found out, he will deflect and change the narrative, and blame you rather than being accountable. He expects others to bail him out of his responsibilities, parents paying his debts. He's more preoccupied with appearances than with truth, paying for holidays and princess treatment when he can't afford it. He's financially illiterate. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. The time spent has already been spent. You either choose to spend more time on him or you cut your losses and begin again. Commenter 2. The audacity. He's put himself in this financial mess and is blaming you? After he was the one lying? Kick him to the curb, as people with no financial sense will go nowhere in life and pull you down as well. Edit. I've broken up with him. I think my dad is sleeping with my best friend, and the proof keeps piling up. Her answer when I confronted her made my stomach drop. My dad, let's call him Mark, is 54 years old, and my best friend Sophie, 20, have been acting off for quite a while. I've always noticed this weird tension between them whenever she comes over. Mark will suddenly find reasons to leave the room or even the house, and Sophie gets strangely awkward. I used to chalk it up to them both being introverted, but lately, things have been feeling different. Sophie and I have been friends for years, close enough that she's basically family. She helped me through one of the hardest times of my life, when my parents split up. After the divorce, my younger brother and I stayed with our dad, and Sophie and I would hang out almost every day. But over the past year, it's gone from 5 or 6 times a week to just a couple, which I thought was because she's busy with school. Anyway, the last time I went over to her place, it was after an engagement party we both attended. We planned to catch up on our usual movie nights, so while she was in the shower, I sat on her bed in my pajamas. That's when I spotted this pretty bracelet on her nightstand. I didn't think much of it at the time, until a few days ago, when my dad and I were checking my aunt's gift order online. I saw the exact same bracelet listed in his recent purchases. That wasn't the only thing that set off alarms. A couple of months back, my dad bailed on a family dinner, saying it was a work emergency. Since I suddenly had the evening free, I called Sophie. She picked up right away, a little out of breath, and asked how my day was. I told her about the canceled dinner, and she claimed she was heading to meet her mom in about an hour. But while we were talking, I heard music in the background, my dad's ringtone, right before the line went quiet. The weird part? My brother was sitting next to me, actively calling our dad at that moment. When I asked Sophie about the sound, she brushed it off as her smart speaker glitching. More recently, I invited Sophie to another family dinner. My brother was bringing his girlfriend, so my dad suggested Sophie should come too. I figured he just didn't want me to feel left out. My dad picked the restaurant, which turned out to be the exact place Sophie had been begging me to check out with her. Coincidence? Maybe. But then, before Sophie could even order, my dad ordered for her exactly the dish she likes. She didn't seem surprised at all. Sophie's usually super picky about food, so this felt strange. When I questioned my dad, he brushed it off as a lucky guess, and Sophie got tense, quietly telling me to let it go. I finally confronted her yesterday. She denied everything, called me paranoid, and told me I was overthinking. But then she added, even if we were, why would that matter? I'd still be your best friend, and he'd still be your dad. At the time, I ignored it, but it's been stuck in my head ever since. Am I just imagining things, or is there something going on here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Start calling Sophie mom right now. Ask her for permission to go out, ask for gas money, etc. Don't stop being her friend and hanging out with her, just have fun with it, and make it as awkward as possible for both of them. Get baby brother to start, too. Commenter 2. Even if we were, statement sounds like an admission to me. I'm sorry this is happening, but I say trust your instinct. Commenter 3. I would have confronted your dad about it before your friend. Your friend is basically a dumb kid still, your dad is a grown man. He should be more responsible than to be sleeping with his daughter's friend, who is 34 years his junior. My boyfriend ghosted me after 7 years together and left me in pieces. No fight, no goodbye. Just silence. I just want to understand why. Plus 2 updates. I, 24F, and have been with this guy since I was 17, basically my whole adult life. He was my first and only partner, and it's hard to comprehend what happened. One moment we were just cuddling on the couch, and the next, he blocked me on everything. At first, I was scared something might have happened to him. Thankfully, I found out from a mutual friend that he's okay, just doesn't want to talk to me anymore. It's been 3 weeks now, and I'm lost. Should I chase after him? I don't even know where he is exactly. Do I give him space? I hope I'm not coming off as clingy, but 7 years without any explanation feels so unfair. I just need some closure, even if the answer is something harsh, anything at all. I can't just erase those 7 years like they were nothing. Maybe I did something wrong, but I can't fix what I don't know about. I've never cheated or been a burden financially, I've always tried to be kind and supportive. It's just so confusing. What am I supposed to do now? I've taken care of my own expenses and contributed my share to everything. I keep replaying all the things I might have done wrong. My childhood was really tough, and I still carry the scars from that experience. Maybe he saw those scars and thought less of me or felt I was too sad at times, but it would have helped if he had just told me. I feel really lost now that both he and our mutual friend have blocked me. I'm left with so many questions and just a deep sense of sadness. 3 weeks might seem short, but I can't help but hope he'll change his mind. I really don't know how to deal with this situation. Honestly, everything feels so confusing right now. Hearing our mutual friend has blocked me too makes it feel like something serious has happened. It feels like a message in itself. I know that no amount of cyberstalking or pleading is going to resolve this. If he truly wanted to give me closure, He would have done so by now, and it's hard to fathom why he hasn't. I really deserve those answers, but chasing after them will only make me feel worse. I think I need to seek therapy and focus on rebuilding my life without him. I know this will hurt for a while, so I'm serious about getting help. Right now, it feels like no amount of therapy could fix how I feel. That's probably the best advice, but I'm stuck in this phase of staring at the wall, asking myself why. I do have my cat to keep me company, and she's definitely a source of emotional support, even if it means her little backside is often in my face. I love her dearly, she's truly the best. It's only been 3 weeks, and maybe things will work out somehow. Maybe he'll reach out or decide to talk again. I just wish I could help him with whatever he's going through, be it gambling debt or something else, even something as drastic as an affair. I just want to talk to him. Update 1: It's been over 4 weeks since he reached out again, and we decided to meet in person at my place. I have to set expectations now. This isn't a dramatic yakuza or mafia tale. What he shared was that he simply panicked and ran. I had been asking him a lot about our future, marriage, kids, that sort of thing, and I think it overwhelmed him. I also kept encouraging him to finish his degree and find a job. His main financial support is still from his parents. He confessed that he felt like he couldn't handle it all and thought his life was over, so he felt the need to escape. He shifted some blame onto a friend who told him he was squandering his 20s on just one girl. Ironically, that same friend helped him land a job, which led him to move hundreds of miles away. Unfortunately, the job didn't last long, and he got fired after just a few weeks. I suppose that's part of the reason he returned? When I asked why he hadn't reached out to me during that time, he said he didn't want to make me cry and that breaking up was the last thing he wanted to do. His plan was to prove he could succeed at that job and then come back to me. We talked for over 2 hours, and while a lot was said, that's the essence of it. He must have apologized countless times, expressing regret over letting his friends sway him. One thought he shared stuck with me. He insisted that we never officially broke up. He said he never stated a desire to end things, just that we were taking a break. It felt like his logic was akin to "you didn't say uno, so we're still together." He promised me a dream scenario if we reunited. He offered breakfast in bed every morning, said he would handle all the chores, and insisted there was no one else in his life. He hadn't slept with anyone. In the end, he asked if he could stay for a while since he hadn't been paid from that job, had spent all his money, and had nowhere else to go. His parents live quite far away, and things aren't great between him and the friend who helped him get the job. I felt a twinge of guilt, but I had to tell him no. I need some time to sort through everything. That said, I did agree to store some of his boxes to help him out with his car situation. So now I find myself sitting alone in my apartment surrounded by his stuff. One of the boxes has a really unpleasant smell, like musty clothes. I might wash those for him tomorrow at least. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what to do with all of this and how to navigate my own feelings. Part of me still cares for him. We shared so many wonderful moments before everything changed. He was there for me during tough times. He helped me escape from my abusive mother and stepfather. In another life, he was the man I could see myself marrying and raising a family with. This is just my perspective, though. I can only imagine what he's going through mentally. I understand panic, I've experienced it. I've cut ties with my mother and stepfather, and I don't have many friends since I tend to be shy and don't socialize much. I haven't had a lot of people to talk to about this, so I really appreciate all your support. Update 2: After reflecting on everything, I've decided that getting back together isn't the right choice for me. The thought of what could happen again in the future, say 10 years down the line if we're married or have kids, is too much to bear. I just can't shake the uncertainty about what he said occurred, or didn't, while he was away. Trust is essential, and right now, I feel it's been compromised. I'll figure out how to manage the boxes and other logistics that need addressing, and I plan to establish clear boundaries in our future conversations. Despite his actions, I know he's not all bad. He did save me from my stepfather and supported me during some tough years. I am grateful for what he has done, but I realize that gratitude sometimes blinded me to behaviors that I should have never tolerated, even before he left. I gave birth without telling my family, and I thought they'd understand. Instead, they blocked me, left the family group chat, and moved out of state. All because I wanted one peaceful day with my baby. I'm a 21-year-old woman who gave birth in December 2023. During the final weeks of my pregnancy, my sister, who's 28, would call me every day to see if I was in labor. She insisted that I had to call her as soon as I was heading to the hospital. I always joked around, saying, "No, I won't, haha." I didn't think she was serious since we weren't really that close. To give you a little background, my sister left home when I was 9, and we didn't really connect until I turned 18. She showed up for my graduation, helped me get ready for it, and then offered me a job a few months later. I lived with her for almost a year until I got married, and we'd have dinner together every couple of months. So, back to my story, during the last week of my pregnancy, she called to check on me because she was going out of town and wanted to know if I was going to give birth soon. I told her to go ahead and that everything would be fine. Honestly, I was just starting to feel somewhat relaxed. She kept texting me every day, and if I didn't reply, she would call or even ask my mom to check in with my husband. Sometimes I was just sleeping, and she'd wake me up. I know she meant well, but she knows I'm not really a touchy-feely person, and we often clash in our personalities. I've always been pretty distant with my family. When the big day came, we went to the hospital, and they told us it would take a while. We didn't tell anyone and, after 16 hours, our baby boy was born. My sister kept calling, and I just pretended nothing had happened. I wanted to soak in the experience with just my husband and me. I wanted it to be special. Finally, the day we left the hospital, we sent a picture in a group chat with my sister, my brother-in-law, my mom, and us. At first, they thought it was a joke until they realized it was real. My sister said, "If this is real, tell your wife she can forget she has a sister." My brother-in-law didn't say anything. I explained that I wanted it to be just us for the birth. My mom reacted with, "How could you do this to us?" After that, my sister left the group chat, and my brother-in-law and my mom followed. It's been 8 months, and they still haven't met my baby. I found out they moved out of state, and I haven't heard from them since we left the hospital. Am I the jerk? Edit, I think some people might think we were alone. We do take care of our baby ourselves, but we're not alone. My husband's family is very present and checks in on us daily. They waited until we visited them to meet the baby, cooked for us, and were never upset about not knowing the day of the birth. Later on, when my baby's cousin was born, her parents did the exact same thing we did. I get that it's not an excuse, but my sister has always been very controlling, which is why I didn't say anything. I knew I would have to go along with whatever she wanted. Edit number 2. I saw a comment about feeling sorry for my child just because I said I'm not a loving person. I want to clear things up. I love my baby and I love my husband. They know that for sure. I might not show love much toward my family, and there's a reason for that. Growing up, I was pushed aside and learned pretty quickly that showing love wasn't safe or welcome. After many nights spent crying, it became clear to me. My grandmother was my safe space. She raised me, and we still talk every day as long as she's able. Also, I don't favor my husband's family. They've just been more present in my baby's life. There's no special treatment. They found out about the baby at the same time as everyone else and just approached things differently. The only ones who haven't been around are my sister and my mother, but my aunts, uncles, cousins, and little sister have met the baby and called to see him. Edit number 3. I appreciate all the feedback, both good and bad. I realize that my biggest mistake was not setting clear boundaries. For those who think I don't love my family, there's a lot more to our background than most people know, and I don't expect anyone to fully understand my reasons. But just because I feel this way doesn't mean I don't love them. If I didn't, I wouldn't be thinking about this situation constantly. Anyway, thank you all. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the jerk. I felt suffocated just reading your post. I can't imagine living it. Your sister sounds extremely overbearing and manipulative. She probably thinks going no contact is punishing you, but she did you a favor. Enjoy the peace while it lasts. Congratulations on your baby boy. Commenter 2, you basically shut them out during a huge moment. I get why they're upset, honestly. Commenter 3, giving birth is a major medical experience. It's especially a bonding experience with a new baby. It's very private. I wish I hadn't allowed my mother to be at my second child's birth. She was an annoyance. I finally caught the office lunch thief and put a stop to it. We had a lunch thief at work for months. Every day between 12:15 and 12:30, food disappeared from the break room fridge like clockwork. At first, I was furious. My glass container kept coming back greasy. Or sometimes not at all. Then one day, I came in early and caught a glimpse. A new temp worker, someone I barely knew, was standing with the fridge door open. Just staring. He didn't take anything. He just closed the door and walked out, looking wrecked, like he'd been crying in his car. That image stuck in my head. The next week, I tried something new. I started bringing 2 lunches. One in my usual container, and a second in a cheap plastic box from the grocery store. I put a sticky note on it that said, "For whoever forgot." I left it tucked in the back left corner, right where the thief always struck. After that, the thefts stopped being random. They became predictable. Every day, that second lunch went missing. But here's the thing, the container always came back rinsed. Sometimes there'd even be a folded paper towel underneath, like he was trying to be neat. And last Friday, there was a single peppermint left on top. It was such a dumb little detail, but for some reason, it got to me. Now my coworkers think I set up cameras or confronted someone, because my real lunch hasn't gone missing. But I didn't do any of that. I just redirected the problem. I'm not a hero. Honestly, I was angrier than I want to admit at first. But now? I'm weirdly protective of this stranger who quietly eats at 12:20. If management puts cameras in, I won't stop them. But until then, I'll keep packing too. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. I think sometimes if we make up a story in our heads that is nicer than reality, and no one loses because of it, except for giving up something they're happy to give, the world might be a slightly better place. This is a nice thing to read. OP's response, that's exactly what I keep telling myself. Even if I'll never know the full story, choosing the kinder version helps me let go of the anger. Thanks for saying that, it really means a lot. Commenter 2. When I was 20 years old, pregnant and married to a horrible man, I worked in an office Monday through Saturday. On Saturdays, someone would make a breakfast run and take everyone's order. I always had a reason not to order. I didn't have a dime. Ever. Suddenly, the place made a mistake and put an extra biscuit in. Did I want it? I did. I was starving. Then, every weekend, I got a breakfast item. Someone would order 2 and then decide they didn't want it or something similar. I guess I was too young and stressed to realize at the time that they banded together to make sure that I had something to eat as well. That baby is now a 41-year-old woman who has done a lot of good in the world. I still think about the office crew who made sure that a young, sad, lonely, stressed pregnant woman got a biscuit. OP's response, wow, thank you for sharing that. It honestly gave me chills. It's crazy how a small act of kindness, even an extra biscuit, can stick with someone for decades. I'm glad you had people looking out for you back then. Stories like yours remind me it's worth the effort. My fiancé said no man in his right mind wants a daughter, yelled that it would ruin his bloodline, and mocked me for crying about it. A couple of weeks ago, I, 22F, had a major argument with my fiancé, 26M, after we returned from grocery shopping. The topic of our future kids came up, and I expressed my desire to have a little girl. Instead of responding positively, he immediately shared that he would be disappointed and preferred a son. I've always known he wanted a son, but I never expected him to view having a daughter as a letdown. He even went as far as comparing a daughter to a son by saying it was like getting a hand-me-down automatic car instead of a new manual one. It felt like he sees daughters as less valuable. The conversation continued, and when I asked him why he was so set on having a son, he said, I don't want my bloodline to end, and if I have a daughter, it'll stop with her and my family name. I was taken aback. I mean, he's not exactly royalty, so it's hard to understand why he sees bloodlines as so significant. When we got home, I needed some space to process everything and ended up ignoring him for a while. But then things escalated again when I tried to talk things out. He kept shouting and mocking me, and it culminated in him yelling, "What kind of man wants a daughter?" It was at that point I decided to leave because I had a lot I wanted to say, but I knew it wouldn't lead to anything good. I left for work, and while driving, I received a flurry of texts from him saying he was going to cut me off the car insurance because I was being childish. Later that evening, he did apologize, and for a moment, I thought we had made some strides in how we communicate. A week later, I was at work, focused on my tasks when I received a message from him about his car's dead battery. Just for context, I have 2 cars and he only has one, which has been in the garage for a while, so he's been borrowing one of mine. I chatted with my co-worker, who said it was quiet enough for me to leave early so he could take my other car to get to work. After some discussion, he agreed that if I left early, he'd drive me back to work so I wouldn't lose out on hours. My co-worker was also willing to give me a ride home. Once I got home, I called him, saying, "Hey honey, I'm outside, where are you?" He snapped back, "I'm not ready, just come inside, I'm not coming out." I felt the urge to just drive back to work after that response, but I parked, called out to him when I got inside, and settled on the sofa to wait. After around 10 minutes, he stormed down the stairs, looked at me, and complained, "Thanks for the help. Nice of you to offer support when I'm in a pinch." I was really confused by his attitude, especially since I thought letting him use both my cars was helpful. As we drove, I tried to ask calmly why he was so upset, only to be met with anger about being late for work, and the suggestion I should have packed his lunch while he got ready. I was genuinely taken aback. The yelling continued in the car, and he even mocked me. I can't understand how he doesn't realize how strange he's being. In these arguments, he often makes me feel responsible for not anticipating his needs. I know I'm not perfect and I make mistakes, but I can't imagine treating him the way he's treating me now. I constantly feel like I'm walking on eggshells, with everything I do being scrutinized and judged, and it seems like nothing I do is ever enough. I'm unsure if he's really being unreasonable or if I'm just too sensitive. Am I the one in the wrong here? Relevant comments. Comment 1. Please do not have a child with this man. If you end up having a daughter, she will be traumatized. I am not sure if you didn't see all these red flags before getting married, but honestly, I would be thinking about divorce. These issues are core values. Comment 2. Please don't marry this man. He is a walking red flag. Comment 3. OP, do not marry him, he sees you as an object. His response to you wanting a daughter tells you how he sees women, not a human being with your own autonomy. I kicked my parents out because they couldn't stand the sight of my husband still in bed. To them, waking up early is a moral code, but he's been running on 3 hours of sleep. I'm not letting their boomer pride wreck his health. My husband and I have been married for 5 years, and we're both 29 years old. For the past 3 weeks, there has been a major issue in the department where he works. As a result, he and his team have been working around the clock to fix it. My husband has been putting in 18-hour days and, on some nights, even staying at the office without coming home. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but I know that if they can't resolve these problems, the company could lose $50 million. The issues are not due to my husband or his team, they just have to deal with the fallout. I can see how tired he is when he comes home around 2 or 3 in the morning. He leaves for work again by 7. I'm not sure how he manages to keep going, but I do my best to take care of things at home while he works to resolve the problems. He has always been very supportive and helpful around the house before all this started. When he finally comes home, he usually eats, showers, and heads straight to bed. I found him asleep at the table a few times, and once, I found him passed out on the floor of our bedroom with the shower running, still in his work clothes. A couple of nights ago, he came home around midnight, which is actually early for him these days, and he looked absolutely exhausted. But despite that, he gave me a big smile and shared the good news, they had finally resolved the issues. He said his boss had given them a few days off and that he only needs to be back in the office next Tuesday. After a quick dinner and shower, he went straight to bed. The next morning, I got up around 9 and made breakfast. I thought about waking him up, but I decided to let him sleep. Around noon, my parents came over for a visit. They come by occasionally since I'm 6 months pregnant. While we were having coffee, they noticed my husband's truck in the driveway and asked where he was. I told them he was still sleeping, and my mother gave me a look, saying it was unacceptable for him to be sleeping past noon, especially with a pregnant wife at home, and that I should wake him up. I told them no and asked them to leave it alone. Then, I explained the entire situation of what had happened over the past 3 weeks. They didn't change their minds and insisted that I wake my husband up, arguing that it wasn't right for him to be sleeping in with a pregnant wife. It escalated to my mother standing up and saying if I wouldn't do it, she would go wake him herself. I stood up and blocked her from going up the stairs, telling my parents that if they felt it was so wrong for my husband to get proper sleep after 3 weeks of hardly any rest, they should leave our house. I made it clear that I would not allow them to wake him up. I told them I would let my husband sleep until he woke up on his own, and I wouldn't disturb him or let anyone else do so. They asked if I was kicking them out, and I said yes. I explained that if they couldn't respect my request to leave my husband alone while he sleeps, they were no longer welcome. Their visit lasted about an hour. At around 3 p.m., I started receiving texts from other family members criticizing me for asking my parents to leave. Even my sister and brother were upset with me, saying I was in the wrong for kicking them out when they were just trying to help. Despite my efforts to explain the situation, some family members still sided with my parents, claiming that I overreacted by asking them to leave because they were only looking out for my safety, considering that I'm pregnant. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Someone give this lady a trophy for being an awesome spouse. Commenter 2. Tell your parents that if they ever involve other people the way they did this time, they will not be meeting their grandkids. They can communicate to you if they have a problem or keep it to themselves. Tell them they are guests in your house, and them being your parents does not give them right to disrespect you because you aren't a child. Gossiping about you has made you want them around less, not more. Commenter 3. There is a real obsession with older generations and having control over what they think are the correct times to sleep, regardless of how people's lives stop them from sleeping like them. I'm sure your husband was more than thankful that you spent those 3 weeks supporting him, and that you let him sleep. I went behind my fiancé's back to set up a surprise reunion with his mother. I thought I was doing the right thing, but he left the apartment without a word. Now, he's questioning if we should even get married. Plus 2 updates. At first, I thought my fiancé's reaction was an overreaction, but I've come to realize that I may have made a big mistake. I definitely overstepped my boundaries. My fiancé, who's 27, cut off his mother when he went to college at 18. He grew up with a mother who was a teenage mom. She had him when she was just 17, but according to him, she wasn't really present as a mother. She tended to prioritize her relationships with men, which put her and him in toxic situations at times. By that, I mean some of the men his mother dated physically and, at times, intimately, took advantage of my fiancé. Recently, his mother reached out to me on Facebook, asking if we could meet up so she could share her side of the story. She explained that she was young and not always aware of her resources, so she made mistakes. She saw herself as a child raising a child and really wants to make amends, but my fiancé never gives her that chance. She was hoping I could talk to him and perhaps convince him to just have coffee with her. I felt a lot of empathy for her because my own mom was also a teenage mother. Despite her mistakes, she loves me, and I can't imagine cutting her off. So, I invited my fiancé's mother to our apartment and waited for him to come home. I didn't want to catch him off guard, but when I mentioned his mom, he was completely resistant. He always assumes the worst, which is why I approached it this way. When my fiancé walked through the door and saw his mother in our living room, his entire demeanor changed. There was immediate tension. He froze for a moment, then kept his distance. I couldn't read his expression but looked very guarded. She stood up and tried to speak to him, offered an apology and tried to explain herself, but he didn't respond. His body language was closed off, and when she tried to get closer, it was clear he wasn't ready, or willing, to receive any of it. He said nothing, turned around and walked out. He didn't come home that night. The next day, he came home and told me he was reconsidering our marriage. We've been together for 6 years, and I love him deeply. The very idea of him leaving me is heartbreaking. How can I get him to forgive me and trust me again? Update 1. I now realize I've made a significant mistake. After another discussion, he told me he's struggling to move past what I did. He thinks we should go to couples therapy so I can share my perspective, as he just can't understand why I didn't trust his feelings about his mother. He hopes this will help both of us understand each other better and learn how to handle similar situations in the future. We're putting our wedding plans on hold for now, but he's still my fiancé. I've reached out to his mother and asked her not to contact me again because I can't be the middle person anymore. I blocked her after that. I truly didn't mean to undermine what he went through as a child, and I plan to do better moving forward. Update 2. We broke up. My fiancé and I tried to fix things, but his mom kept showing up unannounced and waiting outside our apartment, which put a mental strain on him. Our lease isn't up yet, so we're stuck living together for a while. He told me that whenever his mom visits, he feels this deep resentment, and he doesn't want our relationship to be filled with that. After 6 years, it's hard to accept. I honestly don't know how to move on. We've spent so much time together that it's hard to imagine life without him. Aside from therapy, he's already in therapy. Is there anything that can help him with his growing resentment? Or is it truly over for us? We're still going to be living together for another 3 months, and I'm feeling too embarrassed to share this with my friends. Please be kind. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You completely blindsided him. You knew he didn't want to see her. He comes home to her in his space and instantly feels betrayed. You broke the trust. He should absolutely be questioning your relationship. This is a trashy thing to do to the person you love. OP's response. Looking back, I really feel like I should have told him about the Facebook message. I was just eager to learn about his childhood from another perspective, especially since we were getting married. Hearing her story sparked a lot of sympathy in me and reminded me of my own childhood. I believe that going no contact is something that should rarely happen. Knowing how sensitive the topic of his mother is, I wanted to help him work through it. I truly love him. Commenter 2. It seems you have no idea what trauma his mother put him through when he was a child, and you thought it was a good idea to unknowingly bring the very source of that trauma into his own home to confront him with it after he had repeatedly told you he wanted nothing to do with her. OP's response: I understand what his mom put him through. He told me that it was her partners who harmed him, and she told me she was manipulated and had no idea what was happening. If she had known, she would have done everything in her power to protect her son. I felt like my fiancé needed to hear this instead of holding on to so much resentment toward his mom. Looking back, I realize I shouldn't have confronted him like that. We've been together for 6 years, and he knows I didn't mean any harm. It seems unfair that one mistake could overshadow all those years we've spent together, especially since we've never had issues like infidelity or poor communication. I really hope I'm wrong about how this will affect us and that he might give me another chance. A stranger at the gym told me I need to wear a bra. Mid-squat. +1 update. I'm 25 and honestly hate wearing bras. They're uncomfortable and expensive. Since I work from home, I rarely wear one anymore. I even started going to the gym braless, and no one had ever said a word. But one day, mid-squat, a guy taps me and says my chest is showing through my shirt. Mid-squat. Then, without asking, he grabs my bar and re-racks it, claiming he thought I was struggling. And then he said the thing that set me off. He tells me I should wear a bra so others won't feel uncomfortable, and it might even help my balance. Meanwhile, guys fail reps all the time and nobody rushes over to save them. So I snapped back, "You've got a bigger chest than me, maybe you should wear one." He got defensive, called me names, and walked off. Update. Weeks later, he still wouldn't stop. While I was deadlifting, he said sumo is cheating. I ignored him. Then he asked for my Instagram. I ignored again. Finally, he made a comment about how my form looked better now that I wear a bra. That was it. I yelled that he was being inappropriate, a worker stepped in, and because I had my lifts recorded, I had proof. The manager banned him for 30 days, and said if he did it again, he'd be out for good. So yeah, one guy actually faced consequences for gym harassment. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Excuse me miss, I just noticed your chest area from across the room, so I thought I'd interrupt your workout to discuss your chest area. Commenter 2. A bra helps with balance? Make that make sense. Commenter 3. Do they really think we can't see through that nonsense? Like, are we actually supposed to be this clueless?
Imagine finding out your wife is expecting. And the father is your brother. I filed for divorce, kept custody of our kids, and when loss hit their relationship, they said it was all my fault. I'm currently in the process of divorcing my wife of 10 years. For clarity, I'll still call her my wife here. We have 3 children together, 2 who are in school and 1 who is preschool aged. The last couple of years in our marriage were tense and difficult, but I couldn't figure out why. She acted like everything was fine when talking to me, but behind my back she was apparently telling friends and family that I was lazy and that I ignored her. When I confronted her, she insisted they were just trying to cause problems and that she never said those things. She told me everything would go back to normal once all 3 kids were in school and we'd have more time for each other. Then I discovered she was involved with my brother. I found out through his ex-girlfriend, who sent me a picture of them kissing outside his place. He had broken up with her before I learned about the affair, but had called her paranoid and untrusting. Turns out she had been right all along. Not long after, my wife told me she was pregnant. I knew immediately the baby wasn't mine, there was no possible way it could be. She tried to act uncertain, but all 3 of us knew the truth. She and I hadn't been intimate in years. I believe she thought the pregnancy would make me more compliant, but instead I told her our marriage was over and I filed for divorce. She moved in with my brother and tried to take the kids with her, but since he lives about 2.5 hours away, I objected. The children's school is here, and I didn't want them in during a long commute. Temporary custody was granted to me, with her having visitation. When I told my parents, they were shocked and furious with my brother. Later, they ended up accepting him and my wife as a couple. I told them I understood not cutting off their own child or grandchild, but I didn't want to hear about either of them. They said they respected that boundary. A few weeks ago, my wife lost the baby. She and my brother blamed me for it, claiming the stress I caused, especially by having the kids live primarily with me, was the main reason. She sent me a series of angry messages, and he did as well. I didn't respond to any of them, but I kept records. My parents came to my house to tell me what happened and were surprised when I said I already knew. They asked what I had said to my wife and brother, and I told them nothing. I made it clear I wasn't going to give them sympathy after the way they had treated me and disrupted my kids' lives. They tried to talk about the loss and everything surrounding it, but I stopped the conversation, reminding them that my boundary had not changed just because of this event. They left upset, and it was a couple of weeks before they reached out again. When they did, they asked if I'd be that rude again, and I said I would if they brought it up. They said they had hoped I would attend the service, but I told them I wouldn't. They accused me of being cold and claimed that during times like this, people should set aside past grievances. I don't agree, but I'm willing to consider whether I might be wrong. Am I in the wrong? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Definitely not the jerk. They did you dirty, then expect you to show sympathy? Like, dude, you are my brother, and you are sleeping with my wife. OP's response: I'm not sure if my brother and wife expected sympathy, but I was supposed to be sunshine and rainbows with them, so there was no stress, and I was meant to give her what she wanted because she was pregnant. My parents expecting me to be there for those two is the real crazy because I already knew my wife and brother were entitled, but my parents are disrespecting me too with that expectation. Commenter 2. The stress was caused by their own behavior. They knew they were wrong and tried to normalize things to make themselves feel better. Your parents' conflicted behavior may have been understandable. That was not a reason to try to pull you into what happened after you removed yourself from the drama. OP's response: I agree. I have been as understanding as I can of my parents and their inner conflict over this because it's son versus son. But to put it on me to be there for the brother who betrayed me and helped destroy the family of my children is something I cannot be as forgiving of.
My brother is marrying my bully, and now he thinks I'm the problem for refusing to support their wedding after everything she did to me. +1 update. A few months ago, my older brother, 29M, called me, 24F, all excited to say he got engaged. I was genuinely happy for him at first. He told me her name, and it honestly didn't even ring a bell. I just said congrats, and told him I couldn't wait to meet her. Then he posted their engagement photos on Instagram, and the second I saw her, 24F, face, my stomach dropped. I knew exactly who she was. She was that girl, the one who made my life hell in high school. This wasn't harmless teasing. She went out of her way to humiliate me every single day. She called me Shrek and said I was built like a fridge in front of everyone. She spread a rumor that I had an STD because a guy once hugged me at a party. I spent so many lunches crying in the bathroom. My self-esteem was wrecked for years. It took therapy and a lot of time just to feel like a normal person again. So when I realized this was the woman my brother was about to marry, I felt sick. I told my brother I knew her and what she did to me. He rolled his eyes and told me that was high school and she's not like that anymore. He said she probably doesn't even remember me and that I was being petty. He even sent me her Instagram as proof she's changed, because now she posts about mental health and women's empowerment. But to me, none of that erases how she treated me. I told him I couldn't sit there, smiling and pretending everything was fine while she married my brother. He called me selfish and said I was ruining his big day over teenage drama. Our parents said they understood my feelings and wouldn't force me to go, though they hoped we could work it out. So, am I the a-hole for not wanting to go? Update. After our fight, my brother asked me to at least meet up with her and talk, so we could clear the air. I was nervous but thought maybe she'd apologize, or at least acknowledge what she did. We met for coffee and she literally acted like she didn't know me. She sat there smiling and said, "Oh wow, I don't remember you at all, are you sure it was me?" When I told her specific things she did, she kind of laughed and said, "That doesn't sound like me," and told me I was being so dramatic about high school. Then she straight up accused me of trying to sabotage their wedding because I was jealous of her happiness. That was all I needed to hear. I walked out. I called my brother after and told him I wasn't coming to the wedding. He lost it on me, called me bitter and immature, and said he expected better from me. Our parents told me again they understood my decision, but they did go to the wedding to support him. I stayed home. Since then, I've decided to go low contact with my brother. I still love him, but I can't pretend everything's okay when he chose someone like her, and she still doesn't even take responsibility for what she did to me. I don't regret skipping the wedding. I just wish he had my back the way I thought he would. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the a-hole at all. Just because she grew up doesn't mean you magically heal from what she did. Your brother is asking you to ignore years of pain just to make things easier for him. Nope. Commenter 2, I hate how people downplay bullying just because it happened in high school. That stuff sticks with you for life. You're not wrong for protecting your peace. Commenter 3, the fact she claims she doesn't even remember you is such a slap in the face. Of course she does, She just doesn't want to admit it. You don't owe her or your brother anything. Edit. Thank you all, seriously. I felt like I was being dramatic, but reading these helped me feel seen. You're right, it wasn't just teenage drama to me because it shaped who I was for years. I'm not going to set myself on fire to keep the peace at their wedding. I really appreciate you validating my choice. My family swears I was at my grandparents' funeral, but I wasn't told about it. Now they've cut me off for lying. I'm a woman in my 30s, and I just caused a huge blow-up in my family. Now none of them are talking to me. For context, I grew up in a tiny hometown, about 500 people total. When I left for college 2 hours away in the city, which is really just 15,000 people, I loved it so much I stayed after graduation. I got married and have been happy here for a decade. I still visit my hometown every few weeks, call and text my family almost daily, and honestly thought everything was good between us. My family's small, just my brother, mom, stepdad, dad, stepmom, and an aunt and uncle. My mom's parents even moved close by when I was in high school. Aside from my parents' divorce when I was younger, we've always been a close, drama-free group. Step-parents blended in great, holidays and celebrations were shared, perfect little family. But ever since I moved away, the question has always been, so, when are you moving back? I just laugh it off. My hometown has nothing. The nearest grocery store is 30 minutes away. Work commutes are an hour or more each way. The main road floods every Easter. Meanwhile, here I've got parks, stores, community events, even a library. My family grumbles, but I've tried to convince them to come here instead. Now for the big issue. During the pandemic, both my grandparents passed away. They were elderly, their health had been fading for a while, and thankfully it wasn't from the virus. But it did mean we could only see them through FaceTime. They passed peacefully in their sleep, just months apart. They were cremated, and their ashes were kept safe until the pandemic blew over. This was back in 2021. Well, I just found out that my family held a funeral this past summer and scattered their ashes in my uncle's maple grove. The kicker? Nobody told me. Not a word. I'd visited around the 4th of July, and the funeral happened just days later, but I wasn't invited. I only learned about it because my great-uncle in California posted on Facebook that he was glad he got to see his little sister, my grandma, laid to rest before his own health declined. I was shocked. I called my mom, and she casually said, "Yeah, the funeral we had in July, remember?" But here's the weird part, everyone swears I was there. They insist I attended. They say they saw me at the funeral. But I wasn't. I checked my location history, which shows I was at home. My husband is baffled too, apparently he was there with me, except he worked every weekend that month. His time clock proves it. Basically, my whole family forgot me. When I brought it up, they accused me of lying. They think I'm making drama. They won't accept the proof I wasn't there. They're all convinced I've lost it. They've even stopped talking to me completely unless I admit I'm wrong. Now it's getting even stranger. Thanksgiving is coming up, and my family's vague posting on Facebook about forgetful kids and mental health issues. My mom's best friend even told me I should just apologize to make it easier on everyone. When I half-joked that maybe they should check for carbon monoxide leaks, she hung up on me. I don't know what to do. I've shown them the proof, but they're convinced I faked it. It feels like I'm living in some kind of alternate reality. At this point, my husband says we just need a break. So this holiday season, we're staying home. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Instead of admitting their mistake, your family is gaslighting you as a group, which is really manipulative. It's like they're pushing you out on purpose. If it were me, I'd just send a Thanksgiving card wishing them well, and leave it at that. They didn't even notice you were missing at such an important event, which is heartbreaking. I'm sorry they stole that moment from you, but I hope you can still find a special way to honor your grandparents. OP's response: my husband suggested we do our own little send-off, just the two of us. My grandparents love the Mississippi River, so we're thinking of taking the boat out next year when the water's higher and having a picnic in their memory. He also joked about us putting on camo and sneaking onto my uncle's land at night to visit the maple grove, but I told him that's a fast way to get ourselves shot, so that idea's out. Commenter 2. Most people don't actually remember who's at a funeral, they just assume. Your parents are gaslighting you because they don't want to admit they resent you for leaving. Stay home and enjoy your peace. If anyone pushes, tell them you have proof you weren't there, then ask them for proof that you were. Photos, anything. They won't be able to provide it. OP's response: I did ask for photos, and the only one they sent was from the 4th of July a few days earlier. I even pointed out the sparklers in the background from the neighbor kids. My stepdad got defensive, and since then everyone's just stopped replying whenever I ask for proof, or when I show mine.
My dad is disabled and getting worse, so I moved in to help. But he keeps letting my freeloading sisters scam caregiver benefits by pretending they help. I'm tired of being used while he rewards the ones who walked away. Plus one update. I'm a 26-year-old guy, and I have two sisters, ages 18 and 23, from the same parents, who are in their 50s. When I was 16, my parents went through a really tough divorce. My sisters ended up living with my mom, while I stayed with my dad. My dad has been disabled and unable to work for a long time, dealing with serious health issues, including kidney failure, and he's currently on dialysis waiting for a transplant. Because of this, I've taken on a caretaker role for him over the last decade, while my sisters have had very little contact with him. In the past, my oldest sister has taken advantage of my dad by claiming to be his caregiver and getting benefits she wasn't actually entitled to. This caused quite a few arguments between us, since I felt like my dad was letting her commit fraud just to feel like he was helping her out. Recently, I heard from my dad's doctor that he's no longer on the transplant list. His health has declined so much that they're worried he might not survive the surgery. I was told that his poor diet was a major factor, so my wife and I decided to move back in with him to help him get on a healthier eating plan in hopes of improving his health for the transplant. While going through his recent mail, I found a letter saying that my youngest sister had applied for a grant for young carers because of her care for him. The reality is that she barely sees him once a month, let alone the 16 hours a week needed for that grant. When I confronted my dad about it, he said he just wanted to help her however he could. This led to another big argument since my wife and I are the only ones actively supporting him, while my sisters aren't doing anything. They're both adults, yet neither of them has lifted a finger to help him. It feels like my dad is once again enabling them to benefit from something they don't deserve. We can't shake the feeling that we're being taken for granted. We do everything we can for him, sacrificing our time, energy, and money to make his life more comfortable, but he keeps focusing his efforts on helping my sisters get funds and benefits. He's never asked them to help him, so all the responsibility for his care falls on us. Ironically, I'm the only sibling who's not receiving any benefits related to his care. Now, we're seriously thinking about withdrawing all our support, financial and physical, and leaving his care to my sisters, who are supposedly providing it. Would I be wrong for pulling back my support for my dad? Update. 4 years later. I remembered this post as my dad's birthday recently passed, and I thought it was time to share an update, even if no one asked. In January 2023, my father passed away from complete kidney failure. It wasn't a shock for me since his health had been declining, and a transplant wasn't in the cards. The rest of the family, though, were caught off guard. The last time he spoke to anyone, I showed him the 7-week scan of my now 2-year-old son, his only grandchild. We rushed to get the earliest scan possible because we knew he didn't have much time left. My son looked like a little seahorse. When I showed my dad the scan, he cried, and we had a brief chat about being a father before he fell asleep. He never woke up. I asked him not to mention the baby since it was so early, and I didn't want to jinx anything. He promised, "I'll take it to the grave," and 3 days later, he passed away. He kept his promise. I believe that seeing the scan and having that moment made him leave this world feeling happy. As for my sisters, they haven't changed. I've let that go. I knew I couldn't change my dad, and he was on borrowed time. For his birthday that year, we rented a canal boat since it was always his dream to have one. Unfortunately, he crashed it almost right away. My sisters showed him less and less consideration, completely ignoring him on what turned out to be his last birthday. There were no visits, calls, or even texts. He was hurt by it and cut back on contact with them, but he never stopped helping them financially. When they found out he was soon to pass away, they rushed to his side and stayed until he passed. But, like before, it was too little, too late. He was already unconscious. They hadn't shown any urgency when he was first admitted to the hospital, only coming around when I told them he'd chosen to end life support. I had been informed the day he was admitted, over 2 weeks earlier, that he might not make it. I believed it, having seen him in similar situations before, and this time felt different. The rest of the family still thought he would recover and didn't prioritize his care. Eventually, my dad asked me if this was the end. Everyone else had been giving him false hope, mostly for their own comfort, so I had to tell him, "Yes, you're going to pass soon." That conversation was tough. He passed away surrounded by family who didn't give him much of their time when he was alive. My sisters definitely regret how they treated him, but it's too late for that now. We kept it civil at the funeral but haven't spoken since. I scattered my share of his ashes at the end of the canal he never got to see. My sisters turned theirs into jewelry. I miss him every day, especially as his grandson looks so much like him. It's a shame things weren't resolved with his daughters while he was still around, but I think he left this world happy, and that's enough for me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. It sounds as if you chose to do what seemed best and right to you, rather than reacting to others' negative behavior. Now, you can be at peace with how you treated your dad during his final and most vulnerable stage of life. You kept your integrity. Kudos. Commenter 2. My dad passed right after I told him he was going to be a grandfather, so I know that pain, though it was 28 years ago now. It does become easier. My dad was a very flawed person that could have benefited from decades of therapy, but I love that man and miss him every day. Commenter 3. A sad ending, but at least you know you did what you could for him. I'm sure getting to see that scan, to know that you had a baby coming, was a real blessing for him in those final days. After my ex humiliated my fiancée, trashed my name, and damaged my car, my mom refused to cut ties. So I told my mom she would be banned from my wedding and not allowed to meet her grandchild if she kept choosing my ex. I'm a 28-year-old man, and I'm set to marry my fiancée, Maddie, who is 24, this coming November. We're also excited to welcome our first son in February. Before Maddie, I was in a 5-year relationship with my ex-girlfriend, Adriana, who is now 29. That relationship ended on a sour note. Adriana was frustrated with me for not proposing sooner and for wanting to change my career, as I was unhappy in my job in human resources. 2.5 years ago, she ended things with me despite me saying I was close to proposing. I just wanted to finish school for my new career in healthcare first. The breakup hit me hard, especially since she had become close with my family, particularly my mom, which made it hard to avoid her at family gatherings. 2 years ago, I met Maddie at a work event, and we connected right away. We moved in together within 6 months, I proposed by the end of the year after securing my new career, and a couple of months ago, we found out Maddie was pregnant. I couldn't be happier with the way things have turned around. However, when Adriana found out about how quickly things progressed with Maddie, she became upset. She contacted me, saying hurtful things and accusing me of using her. She also spread negative comments about me to mutual friends and even left derogatory reviews at my workplace mentioning my name. Those reviews were eventually taken down, but it was quite embarrassing. I consulted with a lawyer to see if I could take action, but my options were limited. Last week, I unexpectedly ran into Adriana at my mom's birthday party. At the party, she accidentally spilled a drink on Maddie. During a toast to my mother, she made a pointed comment aimed at me, saying she was glad my mother had 3 wonderful children, while glaring at me, since my mom actually has 4. As she was leaving, she also accidentally hit my car with her door. Afterward, I talked to my mother about how Adriana was causing unnecessary stress in my life. I explained the situation and requested that she not invite Adriana to future events. My mom hesitated, mentioning that Adriana was a good friend and that she liked Adriana's mother. I expressed my desire for her support as her son when someone is treating me poorly. She said we would discuss it more. Just yesterday, I learned that Adriana would be attending my youngest brother's track tournament. I called my mom to ask her to uninvite Adriana, but she said she couldn't do that. So, I tried to be clearer. I told her that if she supports Adriana, it means she doesn't support me. I let her know that if she chooses to back Adriana, she would be uninvited for my wedding and wouldn't be part of the family I'm building. I also said she could forget about meeting her first grandchild. She responded by calling me mean and cold, but I stood firm. The consequences have been more intense than I anticipated. Adriana went wild when my mom decided to cut her off, and I've received messages from mutual friends saying I was wrong for damaging the relationship between my mom and Adriana. My mom is pretty upset with me, but I believe she'll come to terms with it eventually. My fiancé is supportive of me standing up for her and our future. I'm left wondering, did I go too far? Am I wrong for threatening to cut my mom off if she didn't sever ties with Adriana? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, downvoted comment, you created this mess and men like you really disgust me. You did in fact string Adriana along if you proposed to Maddie within a year and took more than 4 years to propose to Adriana. Plenty of people get engaged while in school in their 20s. So to me, the whole, I'm not where I want to be in my career story, is just a poor excuse that you're giving. Anyway, I can see how Adriana feels used, and I do feel bad for her, but she shouldn't be damaging your car or being violent towards Maddie. OP's response, plenty of people get married too young and before they're ready just to get divorced. Forgive me for wanting to wait and make sure I'm stable. Commenter 2, not the a-hole here, but also, I feel for this girl. If my longtime partner consistently said they weren't ready to get married to me, eventually found a new girlfriend, and then proposed for her within a year, that would really sting, man. Not excusing her behaviors, and it'd honestly be way healthier for her to separate herself from you as much as possible so she can move on, but based on your tone, I think you could have a little more empathy for how devastating this would be. OP's response: I think the reason I don't feel too bad for her is that I really cared for her and stood by her through a lot. When I mentioned I was close to achieving my goals before proposing, and then got dumped, it was really tough. I ended up crying for nearly a month straight. I thought about trying to rekindle things since I was so close, but my friends advised against it. So, I moved on. I reached my goals and met someone amazing who I loved just as much as I loved Adriana back then. In my mind, everything was falling into place. I got the position I wanted at the hospital, I found a girl who loves me and is supportive, and I felt secure enough to propose to the person I love. Maddie is sweet, caring, and intelligent, and I know she will be a fantastic wife and an even better mother. Now, when I think of Adriana, I mostly feel anger. 2.5 years have gone by, she ended things with me, and now I feel like the bad guy for wanting to build a life I had hoped she would be part of. This whole situation has been revealing about my true feelings. I don't regret setting boundaries with my mom. I'm going to be very firm with friends who don't support me, and I will take every step necessary to ensure Adriana is no longer a part of my life.
My family thought I'd gone missing, but I was hiding at a friend's house. What pushed me to leave? My stepmom's sudden hostility after getting pregnant. This happened back in 2020, but it's come up again recently, so I wanted to share. I, 17F at the time, used to have an amazing relationship with my stepmom. I honestly saw her as a second mom, and when I found out she was pregnant, I was so happy for her. But during the lockdowns, everything changed. I had to stay with my dad earlier than planned because my mom is a surgeon, and they wanted to limit her exposure to me. At first, things were fine, until my stepmom Tammy was about 4 months along. That's when she started snapping at me over little things she'd never cared about before. I wasn't loud or messy. I always did what I was told and followed the house rules without any argument. But it felt like no matter what I did, she was upset with me. It got so bad she didn't even want to be in the same room as me. I spent most of my time in my room, only leaving for chores or to grab something from the kitchen. Even then, it somehow caused issues. One day she came into my room and said it smelled so bad it made her feel sick. The only mess was a half-eaten bag of chips on my desk. I mentioned that, and she suddenly started crying. My dad comforted her and said it was just the stress from the lockdown, pregnancy, and missing her family. But my mental health was falling apart. I felt unwanted, like any day my dad might decide I didn't belong there. I was also constantly worried about my mom getting sick at work. My anxiety got so bad my hair even started thinning. The breaking point came one morning. I was at the kitchen table reading on my phone, waiting for my cereal to soften. Tammy came in, sighed loudly, and began cleaning while complaining about a mess, which wasn't there. Then she picked up my bowl and threw it in the trash. Bowl and all. That's when I lost my patience and asked why she had such a problem with me. My dad rushed in, and Tammy told him I should leave and never be around her child. My dad walked me to my room and said something that shattered our relationship: "You must be doing something to her. No one dislikes a kid for no reason. If you keep upsetting her, you'll have to move out." I posted on social media asking if anyone could give me a place to stay, explained what was going on, packed a bag, and climbed out my bedroom window. I went to a friend's house and texted my mom from their phone. She couldn't call for 7 hours because she was in surgery, but she arranged for my aunt to pick me up the next day. My mom told my dad I was safe and would be at my aunt's for 2 weeks. Apparently, my dad and Tammy had been going to friends' and relatives' houses looking for me. After my post, they got an earful from people. My grandparents still won't speak to my dad. I refused to ever go back, so my aunt packed up my room. I haven't seen or spoken to my dad in years, and I've never met my half-brother. Tammy and my dad still try to repair our relationship, saying that sometimes pregnant women can develop an unexplained dislike for someone. Now I'm turning 18 in 3 weeks, and my cousin's girlfriend asked if I'd invite my dad to my birthday. When I explained why, she said what they did was wrong, but also told me I was wrong for making them panic and search for me during a pandemic while Tammy was pregnant and stressed. So, was I wrong for letting my dad think I was missing? Relevant comments. Commenter 1: You were treated so poorly by your stepmom that it affected your health, and your dad still chose her side. You did what you had to do to protect yourself. Even if her behavior was related to pregnancy, the 2 adults in that home owed you far more kindness and understanding than you received. Your dad told you it was your fault because he couldn't believe she'd treat you that way without a reason, despite knowing you hadn't done anything wrong. Those are the consequences of his choices. If they can't apologize without shifting the blame onto you, then it's not a real apology. Commenter 2: Funny how the moment they were called out on social media, your stepmom completely switched her behavior and toned it down. Pregnancy hormones doesn't explain it, she likely just couldn't stand the idea of another woman's child getting attention over the baby she was carrying. Stay strong and don't let anyone pressure you. You're not obligated to have a relationship with a parent who would risk your well being just to protect his wife's unreasonable behavior. Commenter 3. Even giving your stepmother the grace of pregnancy hormones, and the added stress of being pregnant during COVID, you didn't get the grace of puberty hormones, and having to be separated from your mother plus the stress of COVID. Your father and stepmother are jerks and don't deserve a relationship with you unless you really want one. My husband quit his job, lied to me about it, and let me pay for everything while he spent his days gaming and drinking. When I kicked him out, his whole family turned on me. That's when I realized just how alone I really was. Plus one update. My husband, 32, and I, 30, have been married for just over a year, and things have become quite difficult. I have a stable job and earn a decent salary, while my husband has been making less. Since he was living with his parents when we got married, we decided he would move in with me. I would handle the rent and bills, and he would contribute to other expenses as a couple. My name is the only one on the lease. However, after we got married, he started reducing his work hours without discussing it with me first. He explained that since I made enough money for both of us, he thought it was fine to work part-time and manage household chores while I took on the role of the main provider. I felt a bit taken aback that he assumed this was okay, but I didn't say anything because it seemed fair at the time. At first, he did help out at home, but soon he spent most of his time going out to bars or playing video games, leaving me to handle the work, cooking, cleaning, and other chores. 2 months ago, he told me he got laid off for reasons beyond his control. I expected that he would start looking for a new job during this time, so I took over all the expenses. Although I earn a good salary, it's not enough to cover rent, bills, groceries, insurance, build emergency savings, and support the lifestyle my husband has started enjoying. I found myself paying for his nights out and giving him money for job searching trips, thinking he would at least be looking for something. About a week ago, I asked him how the job search was going, and he said he didn't think it was worth it. He told me he was comfortable with things as they were, which made me very unhappy. I confronted him about how I was doing everything to support our home while he just played video games. I admit I came off a bit harsh, and during our argument, he let slip that he quit his job and hadn't looked for another one. I was furious that he had lied to me, and I told him I didn't want him in my home at that moment and asked him to move back to his parents' house while we sort this out. Since then, my in-laws have been somewhat supportive but are also calling me an a-hole for not wanting him back until he finds a job. I've seen my husband during this time, but always outside our home. I've stopped paying for everything, and his attitude toward me is making me question our entire relationship. He's calling me a jerk for how I'm handling this, and now I'm starting to wonder if he might be right. Am I in the wrong here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the jerk. Good grief, the amount of marinara here is ridiculous. He cut down his hours without discussing it, quit his job and lied about it. Spends his time partying with his buddies and having you foot the bill. Lied about job searching. Won't help keep up the household. Sounds like only seeing him in passing is best. Don't let him back into the house, unless you just want a mooch, lazy, roommate that won't pay rent. Commenter 2, he was living with mommy and daddy up until he moved in with you. In my opinion, him not having the experience of living alone or with roommates more or less made him think of you as his next mommy. Update. Hello everyone, thanks for your patience while I worked on an update. As I shared before, my husband and I had a disagreement that resulted in me asking him to leave our home. After some time apart, we've been able to calm down and start addressing our issues together. A couple of days after my last post, we met for coffee in public. He apologized quite a bit about everything. Once he returned home, his parents began criticizing him for his habits after I laid out the extent of his actions. They told him that he needs to work hard to keep our marriage intact. Right now, we are seeking a couples therapist to work through the rest of our issues to ensure we are completely aligned before moving back in together. My husband said he started looking for a job again while still at his parents' house. We're getting back to where we were before everything happened. We talk every day and are talking about a date for him to come back home. I want to acknowledge that I didn't always support him the way I should have. My husband also shared that he struggled with his mental health during his unemployment, and I regret that I was too focused on work to notice. I simply didn't realize what he was going through. This isn't to excuse either of our actions, but we are communicating better, and he's finally asking for the support he needs. I'm feeling positive about where we are, and it's comforting that he's no longer hiding his true feelings from me. I really regret that he ever felt that way. At this time, we have no plans to change our financial setup or get a lawyer as some suggested. I don't want to add more stress for either of us. Some of you might disagree, especially since his parents want me to alter financial arrangements or cut off his access in case he tries something like this again. However, I trust him. He is the love of my life, and if I can't believe what he tells me, I don't see the point in being with him. Thank you all again for your support. This will be my final update. Additional comments. Commenter 1. I hope the best for you, but 100% this guy is going to wreck your life again at the first opportunity. Using mental health as a chain to keep you while even his parents are telling you to look out for yourself first. Well, you'll have nobody to blame but yourself when it goes pear-shaped. Commenter 2. We have a saying that trust comes on foot and leads on horseback. It's far easier to lose than to gain it. Commenter 3. Sorry, but real remorse would have meant that he put plans in place to pay you back. Him laying blame with you for not noticing his mental state because you were working too hard, like you weren't supporting both of you, and he was playing video games and getting his hobbies financed, is his first step to getting you back into a space where he can take advantage of you again. Next time the moment you question his user tendencies you will be racked with guilt. This is unfortunately a fool me twice kind of situation. I called out my coworker for treating his kid like a savings account, and now I'm pretty sure I'm banned from casual conversations. They couldn't believe I dared to question their precious life choices. I'm starting to wonder if they'll burn me at the stake tomorrow. I, 24F, have been with my company for over 2 years. I've had a few casual relationships, but nothing serious. Deep down, I know that commitment, marriage, and especially having kids aren't for me. The thought of someone being in my space all the time and kids needing constant attention? Just not my thing. But I respect everyone who chooses that path. Live your life. I've shared my feelings with my close work friends a few times. The issue is our culture has this weird stigma around being single after 30, it's seen as a major red flag. If you're not married or having kids, people think there's something wrong with you. So, whenever I say I don't want to get married or have kids, I get hit with remarks like you'll change your mind or you'll regret it. Recently, while we were hanging out by our desks, one coworker, who's dating a younger guy and seems quite insecure, claimed that women like me have too high standards and would end up alone. She even pointed to the single women in the office, as if to warn everyone. I just laughed and said being single seems peaceful to me. Then one of the dads jumped in, asking, but who's going to take care of you when you're old? I replied, having kids doesn't guarantee that. There are plenty of cases where even a dozen kids might not care for their parents. Feeling smug, he said, still better to be sure. You better start now. So, I couldn't help but ask, wait. Are you raising your kid like a retirement plan? Like investing and expecting a return? I pointed out that kids don't owe their parents anything just for being born. The choice to have them is on the parents, not the kids. Taking care of you should come from love, not obligation. And then it went quiet. Nervous chuckles filled the air, and I just laughed and went back to my seat. I might have let it slide, but this isn't the first time they've made comments that suggest I'm living life wrong for not wanting what they want. Later, it dawned on me that a friend once mentioned how most people in my workplace and country might be too conservative to get my perspective. Sometimes, I realize I can be a bit too radical. So now I'm left wondering. Am I the jerk for being so blunt? Should I have just stayed quiet and listened to their life advice? My ex's wife called CPS on me because I wouldn't let my kids call her mom, and now my kids don't even want her around. My 30F marriage to my ex, 32M, ended while I was pregnant with our son, who is now 8. We officially divorced when he was just 2 months old, but we had separated early in my pregnancy. Despite the challenges, we managed to co-parent our daughter, who is currently 10. However, after the divorce, things between us soured significantly, and we mostly avoided each other except for necessary exchanges. 2.5 years post-divorce, my ex introduced me to his then-girlfriend, now wife, 33F, during a custody exchange. At first, she seemed pleasant, and I even thought she was nicer than him. However, I later discovered that she took issue with the way I handed the kids to my ex instead of offering them to her. This came to light 2 months later at our daughter's preschool play, where she accused me of monopolizing our son and not allowing her some time with him. She then mentioned the custody exchange and claimed that she would be a mother to my children too, criticizing me for my selfish behavior. I explained that I was simply following the usual routine during exchanges, but she insisted that I needed to accept her role and suggested that the kids might eventually refer to her as mom. Following that incident, she became increasingly tense whenever we attended events together, and the kids didn't seem excited to see her. My ex believed this was entirely my doing because I hadn't offered to let her hold our son. Things escalated when she reported me to CPS with several unfounded allegations of abuse. Fortunately, they investigated and cleared me of any wrongdoing, but she confronted me afterward, asserting that it was outrageous that I had been cleared and claiming she could demonstrate that I didn't deserve my children. As if that wasn't enough, they scheduled their wedding during my custody time, coinciding with plans I had already made. I refused to cancel our plans and told them they should discuss it with my ex, who had access to the shared calendar we used to track custody schedules and commitments. Despite my prior commitments, they went ahead with their wedding without the kids, which I was heavily criticized for. My ex's wife has treated me poorly ever since their relationship started. She often makes rude comments about how I look and has referred to me as a prostitute multiple times. She even attempted to turn my ex's family against me, and when that didn't work, she accused me of trying to alienate my kids from her. Over the years, I've heard comments implying that the kids aren't as connected to her as their father would like, and they seem to prefer spending time with me. When my ex sought to change the custody arrangement, the judge denied his request for more than the 50-50 split we've had from the beginning. Just last month, during an IAP meeting for our son, my ex brought this topic up again. He mentioned that his wife has been involved in the kids' lives since they were young and believes she should be seen as a second mother. However, the kids always correct him or her when they hear that title and insist she's not their mom. He suggested that I could be nicer to her and help foster that relationship, arguing it's my responsibility to ensure that all the kids' parents are respected and treated well. He also mentioned that since she cares for our children, I should show her some gratitude. I firmly told him that I owe her nothing and to remember the past allegations from Child Protective Services. My feelings towards her won't change. A few weeks ago, he messaged me to say he feels I'm happy that the kids don't refer to her as mom or consider her a second mother. He accused me of being petty and not thinking about the children's best interests, saying I have a bad attitude about the whole situation. I won't deny that I feel a sense of relief that the kids aren't particularly attached to her. I've never tried to influence their feelings, and I do my best to keep them away from the drama. Still, I can't help but feel a bit pleased about the lack of connection. So, am I in the wrong for stating that I owe her nothing and for feeling glad that my kids don't see her as a second mom?
My wife waited until after we said I do to tell me about $128,000 in secret debt. I told her I'm not paying a dime and now I'm apparently a monster. I, 32M, married my wife, 30F, 3 months ago after dating for 4 years and living together for 2. Throughout our relationship, we had numerous discussions about finances. I always made it a point to be open about my situation. I have no debt, a healthy savings account, and a modest investment portfolio. She often said she had a little student debt, but never expressed any concerns. Fast forward to last week when we were applying for a mortgage together, and I discovered her actual situation. She's $128,000 in debt. This isn't just from student loans, it's also credit cards, personal loans, and a bunch of questionable buy now pay later schemes for expensive clothes and gadgets. I was absolutely shocked. She confessed that she was embarrassed and had planned to tell me eventually, but didn't want to ruin the wedding vibe. Her expectation was that once we were married, we'd just figure it out together. I had to be honest with her. I told her I refused to help cover her debt. I've worked incredibly hard to be debt-free, and if she had been upfront about this earlier, we could have devised a plan together. But she chose to wait until I was legally tied to her finances before revealing the truth. Now she's in tears, insisting I'm abandoning her and don't truly love her. Her family is now calling me cold-hearted. I feel completely betrayed.
I caught my husband reading my diary a third time, and he used my private thoughts to attack me in front of our children. That was the moment I realized I couldn't excuse his abuse any longer. I finally packed up my life and left him behind. Plus all updates. I need to talk about something that's been weighing on me. I've been keeping a diary since I was 10. It's my way of working through things, and I've never shared it with anyone. Not even my husband, who I've been with for over a decade. Early on in our relationship, he was at my apartment while I showered. When I came out, he was sitting on the bed looking completely stunned. He admitted to reading my journal, which mainly chronicled my experiences as a recently single woman. He said it really hurt him to read that. I asked him how he even found it, and he said he was just looking for matches. Even after discovering what it was, He didn't stop reading, but he seemed genuinely sorry for it, and I forgave him. But soon after, things got complicated. He started having these strong emotional reactions, either sadness or anger, about what he'd read. It got to the point where I found myself apologizing for my own thoughts. Still, we got married. Fast forward a decade, and I was contemplating divorce. I wrote a lot to sort through some sensitive issues. This time, he stumbled across my journal again and read it all. I was furious but reluctantly accepted his promise that he wouldn't do it again. He was clearly hurt by my words, and I felt guilty about that, so I let it slide. But then, the sadness and anger returned. Those intense feelings forced me to apologize for my thoughts once more. Now, here we are, married with kids, setting up for a Friday night game of Scrabble. He went off to find a piece of paper and came back quiet and distracted. When I asked if everything was okay, he looked at me sharply and told me he had just read my journal again. My heart sank. I had recently addressed some tough feelings regarding our different backgrounds, and I knew I had written things that would be painful for him to see. I was mortified and, honestly, annoyed. I confronted him. How could he read my journal again? He blamed me for leaving it out and accused me of being a bad person for what I wrote. But I wasn't really hearing him anymore. I just wanted to understand why we were going through this for a third time. Isn't it pretty much common sense not to read someone else's diary? Yet here he was, invading my personal space and shaming me for my thoughts. I surprised myself by slamming my hand on the table. A third time? We were both hurt, but he accused me of overreacting while deflecting responsibility for his actions. He called me overly emotional when I broke down over feeling so violated. This just feels so wrong, like I somehow crossed an invisible line. Am I being unreasonable for insisting he's entirely to blame? I'm furious, but I can't shake the doubt about whether my feelings are justified given his actions. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being a total invasion, how bad is it to have someone read your journal? And would you feel the need to apologize for what you wrote? I'm thinking of getting a small safe for my journal and maybe even keeping a decoy filled with filler pages. My husband has a habit of snooping. He promised he wouldn't do it again, but I know he's not being truthful. My husband has crossed a line. He's become like an addict to my diary. I'm feeling overwhelmed right now. For those suggesting therapy, I want to mention I've been in it for a while now, and I credit it for helping me hear that voice in my head instead of dismissing it. It has given me the clarity to recognize what he's been doing as it happens. But to those saying I'm in the wrong, I just want to express that this behavior has been so normalized in my life, and I've been gaslighted for so long that I convinced myself it wasn't that serious. I feel like I'm just starting to emerge from this fog, relearning the basics of what is acceptable. The sadness of all this is really hitting me hard. Update 1. We had a conversation today, and he continued to downplay his actions, turning the focus back on how hurt he felt from what he read. I kept reminding him that I didn't willingly share those things. When he acknowledged that, I told him he needed to face the consequences of his own choices. I made it clear how significant the violation was and that I needed some space to think. It seems he's been simmering over it because later tonight, he exploded, yelling at me in front of the kids and harshly expressing what I had written. He even told them that I disliked them being from his culture. Why put them in the middle of this? Are you trying to hurt me through them? I pleaded with him to stop while trying to cover his mouth. The kids were shrieking and crying, and he just kept yelling, completely frantic. The chaos tonight shattered me. I had flashbacks to my childhood, witnessing my dad's anger directed at my mom, crying on the stairs. Long ago, I made a promise to myself that I would never subject my children to a situation like the one I found myself in. When things escalated, I tried to get them out of the house, but we only made it as far as my car. It was a moment filled with tears, where I kept apologizing and trying to reassure them. I couldn't help but think, how did it come to this? Here's a brief update. My children and I are safe, and I've decided to divorce my husband. The incident that prompted my last post forced me to face the fact that I could no longer ignore the abuse. I realized that it would be far more damaging for my children to grow up in a toxic environment than to have divorced parents. I also want to address some of the reactions I received from those who couldn't understand why I didn't leave sooner. It's disheartening to see people shame others for staying in abusive relationships. There are countless reasons someone may remain with an abuser: fear, shame, mental health struggles, lack of resources, inadequate support, financial issues, or the partner's manipulative control. In my situation, I stayed because he was skilled at manipulation and gaslighting. I often felt like I was losing my mind, so I began taking notes during our arguments to keep track of what was said. He would deny things he had clearly said, claiming I misinterpreted him or that I had a poor memory, even insisting I had anger issues. All the while, he was the one displaying rage, punching walls, breaking things, lying, and following me from room to room as I tried to escape. After years of this torment, I finally left when I realized the toll it was taking on my kids. To anyone in a similar emotionally abusive situation, know that I understand your struggle. This is real abuse, even if it doesn't leave visible scars. Fast forward 8 months later, I took a necessary step back from my marriage as my husband's verbal abuse was escalating. He moved out temporarily, and during our last fight and many before, he hurled insults that I was a failure, that no one liked me, and that I was socially awkward. Despite having a graduate degree, a successful career, and friends, I often believed his words. During our separation, I decided to sign up for a dating site, not to meet anyone or to date, but to test whether I was really as undesirable as he claimed. I was pleasantly surprised to find that he was wrong, which helped restore some confidence in me, and I deleted my account. I later recognized that I should have communicated more clearly with my husband during that time, and I took the opportunity to apologize to him for that oversight. We put in the effort to salvage our marriage, but as I've shared in previous posts, I've decided to divorce him. During this separation, we established some ground rules. At his request, we agreed to avoid dating apps and dating in general until the divorce is finalized. Just 2 days ago, I received a bank alert about some unusual charges. I discovered that he had signed up for 2 dating apps and mistakenly billed our joint account. I took a screenshot and forwarded it to him without saying anything. His response was that it was permissible for him to do this because I had done it before. When I reminded him that we had agreed not to do so, he said, "I'm just doing what you did." I pointed out that he specifically requested we refrain from joining sites until the divorce was complete, but again, he insisted that my past actions made it acceptable for him to act this way. Now, he's being overly friendly, trying to sweep the issue under the rug. I've chosen to limit our conversations to our mediation sessions, yet he keeps insisting he did nothing wrong, accusing me of withdrawing as I usually do and of making the divorce difficult. He frequently says I overreact or respond emotionally in healthy ways. Update: several months back, I reached out to Retta because I sensed something was amiss in my marriage and needed an outside viewpoint to explain just how off things were. I was like the proverbial frog in hot water. I've often wondered why I didn't leave sooner. Then I remembered attempting to end things a couple of months into our relationship. He was showering me with affection to the point of feeling overwhelmed. When I asked for some space, he was heartbroken. I now realize that moment was pivotal. I prioritized his feelings over mine. I gave him every possible benefit of the doubt and dismissed the red flags as mere anomalies. It pains me to think of how much valuable time I squandered on him. So here's my update. I moved into my new place 2 days ago, we finalized the sale of our home, and the divorce details are all settled. The last few months have been a distinct kind of hell, but now I'm overflowing with hope and joy. At last, I'm free from him.
After my leg was amputated, my brother told me not to come to his wedding because my wheelchair would distract from their big day. Now he wants to meet and apologize, but how do you forgive someone who made you feel like a burden? My leg was amputated 3 months ago, and I'm in a wheelchair now. I haven't been feeling good lately, and things got worse when my brother uninvited me to his wedding. He and his new wife basically said I would take attention away from them, even if they didn't use the word distraction. My parents were upset about this too and thought about staying with me instead, but I told them it was fine to go. I cried while they were at the wedding because I felt so excluded. That made me realize I didn't really want to deal with my brother and his wife anymore. When my parents came back home, they mentioned that a lot of people were asking about me and wondering where I was, so I guess I would have been a distraction after all. My brother tried to call me a few hours after the wedding, but I didn't answer. He and his wife stopped by a couple of times, but I kept telling them I didn't want to talk and asked them to leave me alone. It's been hard to ignore them, so I had to block them. My parents don't agree with my brother's actions and told him and his wife to stay away for a while, but they are still upset about the whole situation. My grandma and uncle have reached out on my brother's behalf, saying he's hurt that I'm not talking to him and that he wants to fix things. He planned to leave for his honeymoon soon and invited me to go out with him so he could apologize since he claims he didn't mean to hurt me. It sounds like the same thing he said to me before, but now he's getting others to say it too. The truth is, he did hurt me, and I don't want to go anywhere with him. Going out makes me uncomfortable now that I'm in a wheelchair because I feel like people are staring, and it's embarrassing. I'm hoping things will improve when I get my prosthetic. My family knows how I feel about going out, but I wanted to attend my brother's wedding because it was important to me. Being excluded was hurtful. They said I should go because my brother feels guilty. They also mentioned that everyone is still adjusting and he didn't mean any harm since he would never intentionally hurt me. But whether he meant it that way or not, it hurt me. My parents were upset with my grandma and uncle for bringing this up but suggested I should still consider his offer. If I decide not to go, would I be in the wrong? I'm not sure what others think about my decision since only my uncle and grandma have spoken up, and I don't want to be the topic of conversation behind my back, especially since my family was upset when I got uninvited.
I begged my husband for years to help me with our home and baby while I worked full-time and paid almost all the bills. Instead, he sat around while I ran myself into the ground. When he suggested divorce, I readily agreed. He then admitted he was just manipulating me to shut me up. Plus one update. I, 35F, been married for 5.5 years to my husband, 37M, and we have an 18-month-old daughter. Overall, our marriage has been good, but we tend to have the same two arguments over and over for the last 3 years. First, I work full-time and cover about 85% of our bills, all while handling the cooking, cleaning, shopping, laundry, and managing everything else around the house. My husband also works full-time, but when he comes home, he often takes off his work clothes and leaves them lying on the couch in our living room, then heads to the family room to watch YouTube. I've asked him repeatedly for help, but it feels like I just get pushed aside. The second issue is his struggle with a mild adult film addiction, coupled with a problem of finishing prematurely. While that's a concern, it's not our primary focus right now. Recently, I've been busy preparing for Thanksgiving, running around to get everything in order for family visitors. To give you an idea, I spend my typical day waking up to pack lunches for us and our daughter, dressing her for daycare, and getting my work bag ready before driving off to work. After that, it's a race to pick up our little girl from daycare, often while taking calls during the commute. Then I juggle errands, like grocery shopping and picking up prescriptions, before finally getting home. Once home, I immediately breastfeed the baby, and then start cooking dinner so it's ready when my husband comes home. After that, I give the baby a bath, let her play a bit while I clean up the table, do the dishes, and tidy the kitchen. I feed her again, get her settled down for sleep, and then take a shower myself. My evenings usually don't wind down until around 9 or 10 p.m. Last week, I asked my husband once more for some help with the house, but he said he needed a break because he was tired. I reminded him that I hardly ever get a break and I'm exhausted too, so I really need some assistance, especially considering the financial imbalance. He just shut down and gave me the silent treatment for 2 days, and then asked if I wanted to go to his mother's house with him and the baby. I made it clear that I wouldn't engage if he was just going to ignore me. That was the moment everything spiraled out of control. He snapped. Apparently, I've been nothing but a complainer for the last 3 years. He hates cleaning, refuses to help, and even suggested that if my request for him to contribute was such a big issue, we should just get divorced. When I pressed him to clarify what that would look like, he said he would get an apartment, sign over the house to me, refinance it in my name, and that we'd split custody and expenses for our child equally. Then he stormed off to his mother's place until about 1 a.m. After that, he gave me the silent treatment for 2 days. When I finally asked about his apartment hunting, he acted confused. I told him I understood he was right, I'd been unhappy and complaining for years, and he's not making it any better. I agreed that divorce might be the best path forward. I suggested we separate amicably and focus on being good co-parents instead of letting resentment fester in a toxic marriage. He responded by saying I only suggested divorce to make him stop talking. He clearly tried to manipulate me into backing down. Coming from a background filled with toxicity and abuse, his words made me shut down emotionally. I look at him now and feel nothing. His attempts to win me back with flowers and chocolates only fuel my anger. I genuinely need some guidance. Is the fact that he tried to manipulate me and openly admitted to it enough reason for me to want to end this? I have to be honest, I'm tempted to create chaos during Thanksgiving. I'm not sure if I'm just reacting in anger or if I've truly reached my breaking point. Update, 6 months later. Hey everyone, it's been a bit since I last shared, but I wanted to let some things settle before giving you a complete update. First off, a huge thank you to everyone who reached out and offered their support. Your encouragement truly made a difference. I did it, I filed for divorce, and it should be finalized by mid-June. There was some resistance from him at first, but he's starting to realize that I can't keep going if everything stays the same. While he still brings up the idea of reconciling, I told him that without a serious commitment to therapy for both of us, I just don't see that happening. Once he grasped that this divorce is really happening, he became much more open to discussing the details, like custody and living arrangements. We did have our share of ups and downs, that's for sure. To be clear, nothing serious happened to me physically, but there were moments, like when he tried to force me to stay in a room to argue. I made it clear pretty quickly that that wasn't happening. Most of his threats were aimed at himself. The first serious incident occurred back in February. He was still reeling from the news of the divorce and expressed extreme anger over losing what he felt were the best parts of his life. He mentioned going downstairs to take his own life. Being as stubborn as I am, I followed him. I ended up in a tense struggle for his gun, which I later regretted not involving the police over. Instead, I called his brother to get him out of there. The next day, I took the unloaded gun, which he hadn't had ammo for, to his parents and told them that if it ever appeared around me or my child again, I would make sure he wouldn't have access to her. Since then, I haven't seen it. A few weeks later, on their shared birthday, something alarming happened. After my daughter's birthday party, I received a report from my 2-year-old saying, "Mama, Daddy fall." I rushed outside to find him kneeling by my lawnmower, claiming he was fixing it. Unfortunately, my child doesn't grasp the full situation yet. I texted a friend, expressing my suspicions that he had just jumped off the deck. Luckily, he didn't seem injured, but as I hit send, I heard him talking to our kid again on the deck. I looked outside, only to see him leaning off the edge, apparently gearing up to jump once more. I lost my composure. It probably wasn't the best thing to say, and maybe I come off as a terrible person for it. But honestly, it worked, and I don't have any regrets. I told him, "If you jump off this deck and die, I'll move away, and your family will only see her once a year. If you jump and live, I can guarantee you'll never see her unsupervised again. Step back over that railing and get both feet on this deck right now, or I swear I'll make sure of it." He quickly backed away, but then he wanted to argue about how I was pushing him to this point, how he didn't deserve to be left alone. I reminded him that he had spent nearly 4 years breaking my heart and my spirit, and I was done with this conversation. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my wrist to force me to turn around. I already had my phone ready and called 911 faster than I ever had before. The police arrived and took him for a psych evaluation. I thought a suicide attempt like his would mean a 72-hour hold. They released him after just 2 hours, suggesting he see a therapist. I really didn't want to involve the police. I tried to avoid it, but in hindsight, maybe I should have done it sooner. Since then, he's been calmer and more accepting. No more aggressiveness or threats. We still argue, but at least the worst of it seems to have faded away. It helps that even his parents are on my side, telling him she called the cops on you. She's crazy. Let her go. I'm alright with being seen as the crazy one. I've been called worse by better people. I threw my friend and her spouse out because they refused to interact with my dogs and acted like my dogs were a problem. Now some of my friends are calling me the jerk. I, 33F, hosted a 4th of July get-together for my friends, and one friend brought along their relatively new spouse. I had only met him once at a restaurant for a brief chat. I have 2 German Shepherds, Jameson and Guinness, and when I chose this home, I did so with them in mind. This particular friend, 32F, has a bit of a mixed relationship with my dogs, ranging from dislike to mere tolerance. When they arrived, both dogs were eager to greet them, but neither my friend nor her spouse acknowledged them, which I found annoying. Everyone else who came, all 20 of them, interacted with my dogs happily. They settled on the couch, and when Guinness approached, I noticed the spouse say something to my friend. My dogs are incredibly friendly, so I thought it was odd. The spouse then gently pushed Guinness aside and asked me if I could put the dogs in another room, saying they didn't want the dogs bothering them during the party. I stood up for my dogs and told them I was sorry, but this is Jameson and Guinness's home, and if they couldn't accept that, they could leave. My dogs live here, and I won't make them uncomfortable for anyone else. I mentioned that if they just gave them a little attention, they'd leave them alone. After a short discussion, they decided to leave. I made it clear that they can't dictate how I manage things in my own house regarding my dogs. Opinions among my other friends were mixed. Some thought I should have put the dogs away for a couple of hours, while others sided with my stance. So, am I the jerk here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you're not an a-hole for declining your guest's request, but being annoyed when they didn't say hi or pet your dogs? When you know they don't care for dogs. Get over yourself. And then gloating about how you call the shots after they decided to leave? Definitely the a-hole. Commenter 2, seriously. Every dog owner thinks their dog is special and that even people who don't like dogs will love theirs. It's obnoxious. I know it's the dog's house, but if someone acted like you did about it, I would never want to hang out with you again. You're the a-hole. Commenter 3, neither my friend nor her spouse acknowledged them, which I found annoying. Why? So you expect everyone who comes over to home to love dogs? Do you not get that a lot of people are afraid of dogs? German Shepherds are big dogs. Or that some people are allergic to dogs. I have cats, I know people don't like cats, so as a good host I'll put them away in a separate room. Work on finding a good balance between being a good dog owner and a good host. You were definitely rude to your guests, unnecessarily, almost hostile from the way you wrote your post. You're the a-hole. Editor's note, OP was voted the a-hole.
I asked her to pay for something once in a while, and she sent me an essay about how she's basically a luxury product. I've been seeing this girl for a few weeks now. We've gone on about 6 dates and I've paid for everything and planned all the dates so far: meals, picnic, concert, drinks, all that. Probably spent around $400 total. She never once offered to pay for anything or even cover something small. So I brought it up, nicely. I wasn't asking for a 50-50 split or anything like that. Just said that in the future it'd be nice if she could pick up something small every now and then, like if I bought movie tickets, maybe she could grab the popcorn. I thought that was reasonable. She ended up sending me this huge message. Here's one part of it that really stood out.
I do truly believe everyone has a value and worth, and with that as a man, comes the responsibility of being able to afford it or not. Like I spend hundreds on myself to look my best, my lashes alone cost more than most dinners a man could buy me. So how I view it is, I spent hundreds on myself, hours and hours of daily gym, Pilates, self-care, body lotions, oils, creams, skincare, hair masks, nails, lashes, eyebrows, makeup, it goes on, and you've noticed this yourself because you said it shows that I take care of myself. But I don't spend hundreds of dollars and hours of self-care on myself so that I end up with a man that's making me spend more money on being with him. I genuinely do think it's just about my sense of self-worth because I truly see myself as an incredibly high-value woman, and I know what I deserve. You mentioned you like the way I'm well-spoken. I do as well. I like the way I'm mature, well-spoken, and intellectually very developed, and I feel that's an outcome of my extortionately expensive tuition all my life. From having taken private classes in every instrument, sports, tutors, I even told you I was made to go get massages every week. Money doesn't buy class, my class is my value. It may be weird to phrase it this way, but it's like a product. I'm the outcome of a lifelong investment that cost millions of dollars, and I just believe with such high value, of course, it's unfair to end up with a guy who then expects me to spend more money on just being with him. It's just interesting because I know you value things being fair, but I do too, but I just see it very differently as you do. Even just going out for a fancy dinner, spending hours on makeup and hair, it's literally the more effort I put, the better I look, and he should be deserving of all that effort and care and beauty, not then be stingy with his money.
I honestly didn't know what to say after reading that. I do respect people who take care of themselves, and yeah, she looked great and always put effort in, but this whole thing felt so transactional and out of sync with how I view dating. I wasn't asking her to invest financially, just to show some kind of effort beyond showing up. I ended up blocking her. I don't even feel bad about it. It just became really clear we were living in totally different realities.
My sister slept with my boyfriend, got pregnant, and now my parents want me to save her from being homeless. I, 27F, had been in a relationship with Rob, 28M, for over 5 years, but I ended things last year when I found out he was having an affair with my sister Izzy, 25F. I was pregnant at the time, and it turned out Izzy was also expecting, which led to me terminating my pregnancy. Izzy already knew the situation because Rob had told her. Even after I made it clear I wanted nothing to do with her and blocked her on all platforms, or so I thought, missed one, she reached out to say we needed to stay in contact for the sake of our kids being siblings. When I didn't respond, Rob told me he still wanted to be a dad, and I reminded him that I wasn't pregnant anymore and needed him to leave me alone. Izzy took the situation to our family, and she was incredibly cruel about me. My brother Ryan, 22M, showed me some screenshots of what Izzy had said, and it was infuriating but also solidified my decision to cut ties with her for good. After all of that, Izzy attempted to reach out to me once, when she was 8 months pregnant, but I blocked her new account and moved on with my life. At that point, she was publicly supportive of Rob. They have since broken up, and now Izzy has had the baby but is homeless. I'm not sure if Rob sees the baby, but she has gone from living in a rental to a shelter and possibly another shelter where she didn't feel safe. She's asked our parents for help, and they sent her money, trying to assist her in finding stable housing, but nothing has worked out. This situation has led my parents to involve me, wanting me to step in and help her out. We don't live in the same state as them, and they claim Izzy is too afraid to take action due to custody issues. I made it clear that I want nothing to do with Izzy and that she has lost her sister's support. My parents argued that, in a real emergency, we need to put aside personal grievances and assist. I suggested they keep sending her money to help her get back on her feet and provide support directly. They visited so often that they now know the area better than I do after living here for 9 years. Ryan backed me up and told our parents they should focus on helping Izzy, not me. They tried to get Rob involved, but he only wants to ensure the baby's well-being. My parents have pressured me, insisting that I must help or possibly face dire consequences. I stuck to my decision and eventually had to block my parents after they started making me feel guilty for refusing to assist, especially since Izzy had verbally attacked me during my previous pregnancy. Ryan mentioned that our parents are struggling with this and are even trying to move Izzy in with them, believing that I should have put aside our issues to help. So, am I the a-hole? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the a-hole. This is a literal F around and find out situation. Commenter 2, you're not wrong for keeping the boundary when your sister blew up your life, and then asked for a hug afterward. Actions have consequences, and hers came with a baby and a moving van. You're not heartless, just finally done being their emotional doormat. Commenter 3, Izzy pushed thinking there'd be no consequences and now she's shocked it blew up in her face. Classic case of play stupid games wins stupid prizes. I noticed my sister's fiancé making jokes at her expense, just like our stepdad used to. Everyone else thinks he's charming and funny. But I saw her face, and I saw the same fear I used to feel. I told her, and she completely blew up on me. I'm 28, and my younger sister is 25. She recently got engaged, and while everyone around her is celebrating, I've been feeling increasingly uneasy about her fiancé. He's not overtly aggressive or cruel, which is probably why others don't seem to notice. But there's something oddly familiar about him, and it's not in a positive way. The way he talks to her, the jokes he makes at her expense in front of others, and how he insists on being right or makes her doubt herself, it's all subtle, yet it's there. It brings back uncomfortable memories of our stepdad. Growing up, our stepdad wasn't physically abusive but was emotionally manipulative and controlling. His jokes would often humiliate us, and he dictated our choices, making us feel like we were always on edge. It took me years to move past that and even longer to spot similar behaviors in others. Just last week at dinner, her fiancé told her to change her top before we left because he thought it made her look desperate. He laughed off his comment, and while she laughed too, I could see the embarrassment on her face. Later, when she mentioned possibly going back to work part-time, he dismissed her idea, saying, "We don't need your little paycheck." Everyone else seemed to overlook it, but I couldn't. The next day, I called her to express my concerns. I didn't accuse him of anything outright, I simply said, "Hey, I love you, but the way he talks to you reminds me of how stepdad used to treat us, and that worries me." Her reaction was explosive. She accused me of projecting my issues onto her, claimed I couldn't stand to see her happy, and mentioned that I've always been critical of the men she dates. She even stated that I was ruining the best time of her life. Now, our communication is strained, and I've been left questioning myself. My mom suggests I should have kept my thoughts to myself. But if I hadn't said anything and something worse were to happen later, I wouldn't forgive myself. So here I am, wondering, did I overstep? Was it inappropriate to voice my concerns? Or did I just touch on something sensitive but necessary? Am I the a-hole? Note, OP deleted her account.
I broke up with my girlfriend after I walked into her apartment and thought I'd stepped into a dumpster. The smell hit me first, then the piles of trash everywhere. I couldn't see her the same after that. I had been dating this girl for a few months. We met through a mutual friend, so I had a bit of a background on her, and honestly, she was stunning, totally my type. Last Saturday, she invited me over for the first time. She warned me that her apartment was a mess, and I thought she was just being modest. But when I walked into her place, oh my God. I want to start by saying that I understand people have different reasons for how they live, and I don't want to come off as disrespectful. But the condition of her apartment genuinely left me speechless. It was a small space, yes, but it was more than just clutter. I'm talking about actual piles of trash on the floor, a sink overflowing with dirty dishes spilling out onto the counter, stains on the couch and carpet, and week-old food sitting on the table. The air was thick with a smell of mold and mildew that I could almost taste. She invited me to sit down as if everything was perfectly fine, and I tried to keep my composure, but I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I stayed for a while and we managed to watch a movie, but I got out of there before it got too late. The next day, I called her to explain that I didn't think we were compatible. She got upset, accusing me of leading her on and breaking up with her for no reason. I didn't bring up the state of her apartment. I wonder now if I should have? Nothing about her looks or personality prepared me for that scene, and honestly, it was shocking to see how she was living. I feel terrible for her and can't shake off the worry that I might have acted too hastily. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, this is that episode of Friends. Not the a-hole. Commenter 2, there's a difference between clutter and filth. Also, hoarding is a real problem. It's not like you expected it to be spotless, but yikes. Women don't like dating men who live like pigs, so why should men put up with it? Commenter 3, not the a-hole. But I do think you should have mentioned the apartment. People who don't know what the problem is cannot take any corrective action. Tell her and move on. Edit, I just watched the Friends episode and, wow, it's scarily similar lol.
My husband's friend of over 20 years shocked us both when she revealed she's been waiting for our marriage to fail so she could have him back. So, my husband grew up with a girl we'll call Jane. They had a short-lived romance but ended up in a friends with benefits situation that lasted for years. When my husband and I got married, we talked about his friendship with Jane. I was fine with them staying friendly as long as she respected our boundaries. Recently, we had a mutual friend getting married, let's call him Bob. My husband expressed concern about Jane not being invited to the wedding. He feared she might be upset if she couldn't attend since they grew up together. I reached out to Bob for clarification, and he informed me that Jane wasn't coming because she's in therapy dealing with her feelings about my husband and couldn't handle seeing us together at the wedding. This was shocking news to us. We had no clue she felt this way. After being married for 11 years, I told my husband he should stop any communication with Jane. It's important for her to heal. He agreed but hoped they could mend their friendship down the line. The wedding came and went without incident. Another gathering with mutual friends was planned, and both Jane and we were invited. My husband was anxious about the possibility of running into her, wanting to avoid any distress for her. I assured him it would likely be okay. At the event, Jane approached my husband and asked if she could speak with him privately. He responded by saying that anything she wanted to discuss could be said in front of me. Jane confronted him, clearly frustrated that he hadn't reached out to talk about her therapy related to their past. She also expressed anger that he hadn't tried to persuade her to attend Bob's wedding. He replied that her therapy was a private matter and it wasn't his responsibility to convince her to go to the wedding. Jane snapped back, blaming him for her needing therapy. Curious, he asked how it was his fault. She explained, everything was fine until you suddenly got married. I thought it was just a fluke since it happened in Vegas. He countered, so you're saying you're in therapy because my marriage wasn't a fluke? Jane continued, you were with me for years but wouldn't commit. Then you get serious with someone else. He responded, we dated, and you broke up with me because you didn't want a long-distance relationship, and you were clear there wasn't a future for us. Still, you kept coming back for more. How is it my fault that you pretended to be okay with everything when you clearly weren't? He asked. Maybe I should be the one upset that you acted like my friend while secretly wishing my marriage would fail so you could be with me. Honestly, I think therapy is the right place for you. Trying to calm the situation, I squeezed my husband's hand, signaling him to hold his tongue. Jane, visibly hurt, gathered her belongings and left. My husband turned to me, questioning whether he had been too harsh on her. I reassured him he wasn't. She was fishing for attention but didn't receive what she wanted. I emphasized that it was time for him to completely distance himself from her because her feelings clearly went beyond friendship. I told him it was impossible to maintain a friendship with someone harboring unrequited love. He suggested that if therapy helped her, perhaps they could reconnect in the future. He worried that cutting her off while she was in therapy would be unkind. I stood firm, insisting it was necessary. Am I wrong for urging him to cut ties with his childhood friend?
My wife tried to stop me from saying goodbye to my dying grandma. I shoved her out of the way and screamed at her so loudly the neighbors probably heard and stormed out. I still don't think I was wrong. I, 38M, and my wife, 35F, have 2 daughters, an older one who's 4 and a baby who's just 9 months. Normally, I'm the one who puts the baby to sleep, while my wife handles our older daughter. Recently, my grandma, who has been battling cancer for the past 8 years, took a turn for the worse. After 2 rounds of chemotherapy, her health deteriorated significantly in the last couple of months. It's clear to everyone in the family, including my parents and brothers, that she's nearing the end of her life. On a Saturday afternoon, my dad called at noon to tell me that my grandma might not have much time left. She specifically asked for my brother and me to say our goodbyes that evening. I called my wife right away to let her know I needed to visit my grandma, whom I haven't seen in years since I usually meet her at my parents' house. After informing my dad, he, my brother, and I planned to meet at my grandma's house at 7 p.m. However, when I tried to put my baby girl to sleep at 6 p.m., it was obvious after half an hour that she wasn't going down anytime soon. When I stepped out of her room, she cried, and I told my wife, who was watching TV with our older daughter, that I needed to leave and that she should continue trying to put the baby to sleep. This led to a heated argument. My wife insisted that I stay until the baby was asleep, but I told her I couldn't risk being late. Despite the argument, I felt like I had no choice and moved outside to the building lobby to call the elevator. My older daughter followed me, so I brought her back in, but my wife was still upset and blocked the door, refusing to let me leave. I tried to talk to her for a few minutes, but it became clear she just wanted to keep arguing. With everything building up, I felt desperate to leave, so I physically shoved her aside and shouted, "Drop dead," as I stepped out into the lobby. I made it to my grandma in time, and we had our final conversation before she passed away a week later. Neither my wife nor I have apologized to each other yet, and honestly, I don't feel like I should have to. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I feel there is more to this story than have told in your post above. Any decent human being in your wife's position, on hearing that their spouse's grandma is dying, would say, of course I'll put the baby to bed. Don't worry about that. Go see your grandma and say your goodbyes. Go now. Hurry. Your wife did not do that. Why not? Is it because she's not a decent human being, or is there some other reason? Is it to do with the overall behavior she is complaining about? What are you not telling us? Commenter 2, while I'm not saying that your wife's actions through all this was okay. What kind of husband yells at his wife to drop dead within hearing distance of their child? Commenter 3, you told your wife to drop dead while you were going to see your dying grandma? Let me get this straight. You want your wife to understand the severity of someone dying, so you in turn tell her to die? I thought we were splitting groceries, but I realized my girlfriend has been using me to bankroll her new wardrobe. She flipped out because I refused to pay another dime. I live with my girlfriend, and we agreed to split rent and bills 50-50, groceries included. She usually goes grocery shopping with her mom every 2 weeks. I've offered to join her, but she enjoys the time with her mom, so I let her go. She tells me how much the bill is once she's back, and I transfer her half. It's been fine until I started noticing she comes back with stuff that's not groceries. A few weeks ago, she returned with new work trousers and shirts. Then she brought back a lot of snacks just for herself to take to work. This weekend, she came home with a jacket. This week, the total was way higher than usual, so I asked if that was because of the jacket, and she confirmed it. I told her I'm not okay with paying for her clothes, I'm just supposed to cover groceries. I made it clear that my share should only include the groceries. I suggested we either go shopping together or that she shows me the receipt when she gets back so I can see exactly what I'm paying for. She claims I'm being unreasonable. But how is it fair for me to pay for her clothes on top of groceries? I told her I'm only covering the food. She said I wasn't being fair because it's not like she's buying lots of stuff, but I'm standing firm on this. From now on, I won't pay my half unless I see the receipt or go shopping with her. So, am I the a-hole for refusing to keep paying half for the grocery shopping? After 10 years of marriage, my wife told me she's gay. She says she still loves me and wants to stay, but I can't tell if it's love or convenience. Now I don't know what to do. My 36M wife 35F of 10 years recently came out as gay. About a year ago, things started to change between us after she met a woman she referred to as her hot boss. I wasn't overly concerned at first since she has always had an attraction to women, but we've been in a monogamous relationship for 10 years. A few months back, she suddenly stopped picking me up from work. We had one car and lived in a rural area, so sharing was essential. For 3 days straight, she left me waiting at work for hours. On the third day, when she finally picked me up, she revealed she had been at Hot Boss's house and they made out. She told me this experience awakened something in her, and she planned to sleep with her soon. She wanted me to be okay with it. After a long argument, it became clear that this was going to happen regardless of my feelings. I decided to leave and stayed with my mom for a few months. She eventually asked me to come home, expressing that she missed me and regretted her choices. I chose to forgive her because I love the family we've built. 2 nights ago, I sensed her distance again, so I asked if there was anything I could do to help her feel more affectionate. She told me she was still fixated on dating women. Then, she suggested we find a way to see other people without hurting anyone's feelings. I made it clear that I wasn't ready for that until we could focus on each other. Last night, she got drunk with Hot Boss once again and ignored my texts all day. We have 3 children together ages 17, 9, and 6. Part of me wonders if she wanted me back these past few months just for financial security. So, where do I go from here? Can I ever trust her again? Should we consider an open relationship, co-parenting, or even divorce?
ICE ripped me out of my apartment and held me for weeks. They made me strip and undergo medical exams I didn't agree to. Then they just let me go, no answers, no apology. I, 19F, come from Iran. I came to the US about 2 years ago on a student visa, F1, to study engineering at a small college in the Midwest. At first, things went well. I was studying, making friends, and trying to build a future here. But back home, my family found out about my sexual orientation. That caused a lot of problems. It became unsafe for me to return to Iran, and my family cut me off financially. Without their support, I couldn't afford tuition anymore, so I had to leave school. I filed for asylum here, because going back to Iran would put me in real danger. I thought I was okay while waiting for my asylum case to be processed, but a few weeks ago, ICE came to my apartment early one morning. They didn't even let me change clothes before handcuffing me and taking me away. When I asked why, they just said, "You're in the country illegally." They flew me across the country and put me in a detention center in another state. I was there for 3.5 weeks. No one explained why I was being detained, and whenever I asked, they just repeated, "You're illegal." While I was there, they forced me to strip completely nude more than once for what they called a body search. They claimed they suspected I intended to harm myself, even though I never gave them any reason to think that. One of the staff even said, with a smirk, "Just because I think so, and my supervisor agrees." They also made me go through a medical exam that included a gynecological exam and a pregnancy test. They told me it wasn't voluntary, but still made me sign a form that said I consented. I didn't feel like I had any choice. After 3.5 weeks, a lawyer that my friends had found got involved and started calling ICE. Suddenly, they released me, but still didn't explain why they had detained me or why they decided to let me go. Since then, I've spoken to a few journalists. They told me there are other women with similar experiences, and they're investigating these reports. My lawyer says I could technically take legal action over what happened to me, the way I was treated, the searches, the detention. But she warned me that doing so could complicate my asylum claim, and even if I won, the benefits to me might be small compared to the risks. For now, I'm trying to figure out what to do. I want people to know what happened to me, and I don't want this to happen to anyone else. But I'm also scared that if I push too hard, it could hurt my chances to stay here.
I barely survived being hit by a drunk driver and thought things couldn't get worse, until my company sent debt collectors after me for $40,000. They ignored proof that the insurance already paid. I finally got a lawyer who uncovered their fraud and got the cops involved. Plus one update. A drunk driver completely totaled my company car and nearly ruined my life. I can't believe it happened while I was just trying to get home from work. The impact was almost head-on, and luckily, the police found him at fault. He was charged and convicted, so I thought everything would be okay. His insurance covered the cost of the car, and my company's lawyer accepted the payout. But now, I'm still at home recovering from my injuries, and they say it might take me another 3 months to get back to work. Just last month, I received this alarming letter from the company, stating that I owe them money for the car because I was responsible when it was totaled. I was taken aback and thought it was some kind of mistake. I reached out to the insurance company, and they provided written confirmation of the settlement, which I sent to my company. But instead of resolving the situation, it only got worse. Now I'm being contacted by a collection agency saying I owe them $40,000. I live in California, and I'm scared about what to do next. Should I call the insurance company again, or do I really need to get a lawyer involved? Is it even legal for them to send my account to a debt collector like this? I'm feeling overwhelmed with all of this, especially since I'm trying to heal from my injuries. The added stress is just unbearable. Update: it's been a nightmare trying to get help. No one at the company or the collections agency would assist me, they just kept passing me back and forth. The company told me to deal with collections, and the collections agency told me to go back to the company. I couldn't take it anymore and ended up hiring a lawyer because the constant harassment from collections was freaking me out and holding back my recovery. My lawyer sent a strongly worded letter to someone higher up who I couldn't reach myself because of all the runaround. Apparently, that person was clueless about the situation, and soon after, the company launched an investigation. The 3 people who kept giving me the runaround have now been charged with fraud and other serious issues. The police mentioned they have emails suggesting the 3 were trying to pocket the insurance payout for themselves, all while my company had already been paid. They also got in trouble for wrongfully using company resources to send me to collections for a debt that wasn't real. After all this chaos, my company sent me a letter apologizing for everything that happened. They covered my legal fees and ensured that this so-called debt would be taken off my record. They even made a donation to a charity of my choice, which was a nice gesture. I'm finally feeling ready to return to work, but they've told me to take as much time as I need. After talking to the police, I really believe that the higher-ups didn't know what was happening because the 3 were trying to keep it all hidden. The drunk driver's insurance is taking care of everything related to this incident, so I won't be left with any debt. Overall, I'm relieved and doing much better now. I want to thank everyone who offered advice, encouragement, and support during this terrifying time. Your help meant so much to me, I told a job candidate to shut up in the middle of his interview. I had tried everything to steer the interview into relevant topics, but he would not stop talking about himself. By the end, he walked away without a job. I was interviewing a guy for a great software engineering position. He had already impressed everyone with his resume and experience during the first round, and we thought this could be a fantastic opportunity for him. When he arrived, he seemed quite serious, not smiling at all. I understand that tech interviews can be nerve-wracking, so I didn't think much of it. After the introductions, he kicked off the interview by saying, "Let me tell you a little bit about myself." We said, "Okay, go for it." He started to share his personal and professional background. After about 3 minutes, I tried to interject with a follow-up question based on something he said. He responded, "I'll answer, just give me a moment," and continued with his story. A coworker chimed in with another question, but he did the same thing to her. We exchanged glances, unsure of how to handle it, but decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and let him keep speaking. But after more than 5 minutes, I felt I had to jump in again with another question, but I had to talk over him to do it. He paused for a moment, answered my question, but then went off on a tangent, veering into another topic. When my coworker posed another question, predictably, the same thing happened. At that moment, I was ready to wrap up the interview. I attempted to conclude several times politely, but he seemed oblivious and just kept talking. Eventually, I raised my voice a bit and said, "Thank you very much for sharing your background. In the interest of time, do you have any questions for us? This is standard protocol and helps us prepare for future interviews." He asked about the team, and as I began to respond, he interrupted me to share more about his own background. I let it go. He then asked another question, and while my coworker started to answer, he again interrupted to focus on himself. I tried once more to interrupt politely, but he continued to talk over me. At that point, I was done. I said, John, you really have to shut up and listen. Both he and my coworker were taken aback, but he finally fell silent. I continued, you walked into this room with a 99% chance of getting the job. Now, that chance has dropped to 0. The reason? In less than 15 minutes, you've shown that you can't listen. I'm telling you now, you won't be getting the job. If you take away anything from this interview, know this: no matter how good you are technically, if you can't listen, you'll never excel in this career. He offered an apology and asked, can we start again? I replied, you had your chance. Best of luck with your future interviews. Make sure you listen. Looking back, I realize I could have handled that differently, but I still feel bad for the guy. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you're the a-hole. He listened, and asked to do better. He immediately responded to your feedback. You lost a good potential employee and you know it. OP's response, lol, this is silly. It's not like because he apologized and asked if we could start again, he's now a new changed man who knows how to listen and will never talk over people. Commenter 2, hot take, people giving out jobs mostly based on social vibes is petty and stupid in a technical field. OP's response, it's stupid to think that because it's a technical field you don't need any social skills or vibes. That's a complete misconception. Commenter 3, autism? OP's response, I thought about that and I think that's why I feel bad.
My daughter's wedding plans are bigger than her bank account. She came to me expecting I'd take out a loan for her. I told her no because I won't put myself in debt for her wedding. My daughter, 26F, is getting married next year. She's been planning this extravagant destination wedding in Italy that's going to cost around $80,000 in total. She's put aside about $30,000 herself, and we've also contributed another $15,000 from our own wedding savings, but she's still about $35,000 short for everything she wants, like the villa rental, catering for 100 guests, the photographer, her dress, flowers, and more. Last week, she came to us and asked if we could take out a personal loan to cover the difference. She claims she and her fiancé will pay us back over the next few years. My husband thinks we should help her out because it's her special day and she's always envisioned this dream wedding. He's been pushing me to agree to the loan, saying we have good credit and could get decent rates. But I am absolutely against going into debt for a wedding. We're in our 50s, still dealing with our own mortgage, and I want to prioritize our retirement savings. I told her she needs to either adjust her plans to fit her budget or find another way to fund it, like having a smaller wedding now and a bigger celebration later when she can afford it. So am I really the bad guy for not wanting to go into debt for my daughter's pricey wedding fantasy? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, no, you're not in the wrong. It's reasonable to say no to going into debt for a wedding. You've already helped a lot. It's her dream, but she should plan within what she can afford. Your retirement and financial security come first. Commenter 2, 45K, what she has now, can already buy you a very nice wedding. Going into debt over this is stupid. Commenter 3, you've already given her a generous sum, and you'll be expected to travel, incurring additional costs. Honestly, she's in for a rude awakening, because if she invites 100 people to a destination wedding, she'll be lucky if 30 to 40 show up. I would not take out loans for a wedding. That's insanity. Have the wedding you can afford. At the end of the day, all these types of brides forget that it's about the marriage, not the wedding, and then they end up divorced fairly quickly because their focus is on the short term instead of the long haul. My best friend stood by my cheating husband, smiled in all my wedding photos, and let me believe we were happy while he was sleeping with someone else. She watched me go through IVF and miscarriages and never spoke up. I don't know if I'll ever forgive her. About a month and a half ago, I, 25F, discovered that my husband, 28M, had cheated on me, not just once, but at least 3 times, possibly more. The affair was with the same woman, who I believe is around 31 or 32, and they worked together. It's particularly painful because she was even a guest at our wedding. What makes this all the more heartbreaking is that he chose to cheat while I was going through IVF. I had faced 3 miscarriages, 1 before our wedding and 2 right after. During that time, I poured my heart out to my best friend, 25F, who encouraged me to keep believing in the process. It hurts even more to think she knew I was struggling so much, especially since my husband desperately wanted to be a dad, and she still let me try to get pregnant while knowing about the cheating. It turns out her husband was also aware of the affair. He's good friends with mine. In a twist, she pretended to console me right after I found out, at that point only aware of one incident that I had walked in on. Recently, I discovered that she knew about his infidelity even before our wedding. She learned about the first time he cheated and still allowed me to marry him. She was actually my maid of honor. I found out the details when my ex-husband came back to our house to apologize. Although he had moved out, he promised to come clean and even gave me his phone for proof. He revealed that two of his friends and her knew about the affair, and I saw the texts exchanged between them. There was one exchange that truly made my stomach turn. He texted her, saying he needed to talk because he had messed up again, and her response was disturbingly sympathetic. While she did defend me during some parts of their conversations and argued with him, I can't wrap my head around how she could continue to support him knowing he was unfaithful. I can't imagine letting her marry someone or have kids with someone I knew was cheating. I know I'll never forgive him for this, but I'm trying to understand her viewpoint, too. I'm deeply hurt, especially since we've been friends for 14 years. She mentioned wanting me to be happy and thought he was changing. Despite my insistence that I'm done with the relationship, she even suggested couples therapy. Throughout all of this, there wasn't a single red flag from her. She never expressed any concerns about our relationship, and whenever I talked about him, she always praised how much he loved me and how lucky I was. It's also worth noting that we were all raised in a religious environment, and she keeps guilt-tripping me about divorce being wrong while simultaneously expecting me to forgive the cheating.
I shouted at my dad after years of staying quiet, and now he wants me groveling at his feet to stay. I hate him for putting me in this position, but I can't bear the thought of leaving my brother behind. It feels like no matter what I do, I lose. I, 29M, recently got into a heated argument with my dad, 65M, in front of my family. To give some background, he's always been a strict and authoritative figure. He was the sole breadwinner while my mom stayed at home to raise me and my siblings, and his rigid nature has always put a strain on our relationship. The incident started over a misunderstanding regarding a piano keyboard I sent for repairs. During our conversation, he asked me some questions, but I struggled to understand exactly what he meant. Before long, he called me disrespectful. The tension was high in the house that day because my sister had just had a disagreement with him about her car. His anger was starting to fuel my own feelings, especially since I hadn't raised my voice or said anything rude. Then, in a moment of frustration, I shouted, "What did I do?" I rarely talk back to him like that. I usually keep quiet, even when he scolds me. But since his retirement, those moments seem to be happening more often. I told him I wasn't scared of him and a lot of other things. He then brought up something the doctor supposedly said about me before I was born, claiming I wouldn't amount to much and that my behavior was proving that point. There have always been conflicts in our home, but this argument felt particularly intense. The following day, my mom asked me to apologize. I was furious but agreed to do it to keep the peace for her and my siblings. He, however, rejected my apology and declared that we were done. Later that day, I was given two choices: move out or kneel down and apologize. I reluctantly continue living with my dad because of my younger brother, who's just 10 years old. I want to be present in his life, to share experiences and memories together. Without my sister and me around, he'd feel like an only child, especially since we're a pretty private family with limited outside interactions. I want him to have someone to confide in as he grows up. My plan is to move out once he's in high school. I want his childhood filled with memories of us. I would love to have my independence from my father's influence. Sometimes, I feel trapped in this situation. If I do move out, I fear I won't see my little brother much because my dad would likely restrict that. On the flip side, kneeling feels degrading, but I acknowledge I was disrespectful during our argument, considering how much he's done for us. He has asked me to kneel and apologize to him once before. A few years ago, I did. He did the same to my sister and mom. I want to move out, but I don't want to leave my brother behind and certainly don't want to part on bad terms. My mom believes kneeling might buy me some time to move out without the drama. How do you see this situation? What kind of relationship is this?
I decided to run away because my parents were late to my graduation over a labubu for my golden child sister. Okay, I know this seems a bit over the top. I'm 18 and was adopted as a baby. My parents thought they wouldn't be able to have kids, even went through IVF, so when my sister, Princess, was born 10 years later, it felt like a miracle. Things shifted dramatically after that. Princess became the center of attention, spoiled, never punished, and always getting her way. It's not like my parents treated me poorly, but when I got one toy, she would get 5. I couldn't help feeling jealous, and somehow, I ended up getting blamed for it. Things took a turn when Princess turned 6 and realized just how much she could manipulate the situation. She started breaking my stuff, picking on others, stealing, and throwing tantrums whenever someone else got attention. I quickly became her target. Thankfully, I had friends, school, and supportive relatives to lean on, so it wasn't unbearable. I thrived in school and threw myself into clubs and sports just to stay away from home. During the summer, I'd work or intern to escape. Now, I've got my own car and a boyfriend I've been with since sophomore year. I spend a lot of time with him, and his family is great, so I'm hardly home, maybe about 24 hours a week at most. My parents didn't seem to care, so I stopped caring too. Graduation was last month, and it was one of the few events I really wanted my parents to attend. I was excited, and they seemed to be too, along with some relatives. But then Princess had to mess it all up. She's obsessed with these doll plush keychains called the Boo Boos, and on the day of my graduation, she found a super rare one for sale. Instead of waiting to buy it later, my parents went to get it, spending $350, by the way. My graduation gift was only $150. Not only did they miss my ceremony, but they showed up so late that they caught the very end when our caps were already in the air. I was crushed. After graduation, I just ignored them and went home with my boyfriend. At this point, I've practically moved in with him because every time I go back home, it's just to grab my stuff. My parents have reached out, calling, texting, even showing up to plead for my forgiveness. The worst part? They think throwing more money at me will fix things, sending another $100. I didn't want to talk to them. Now, it's escalated. They're threatening to report me as missing or a runaway and contact my future college if I don't come back home. I really feel justified in what I'm doing, but am I the jerk here? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are a high school graduate and a legal adult. You didn't run away. You simply moved out. Tell your parents to have fun reporting you. Commenter 2, the cops will ask the parents how old their runaway is. Once the cops learn you're an adult, the conversation with the parents will be over. Commenter 3, you didn't run away. You're an adult who set a boundary after your parents showed you, again, where their priorities are. You didn't do this over money, but because they missed your big moment for a toy.
My sister always plays this mind game where she hints at what she wants but never just asks. I got tired of her games and let her go thirsty. My sister has this annoying habit where she just drops hints about what she wants, expecting someone to pick up on them. Like, if she wants the AC on, instead of just asking, she'll say stuff like, "Wow, it's pretty warm in here," or "Doesn't anyone else feel hot?" If someone actually offers to turn on the AC, she'll act like she doesn't want to put anyone out and say, "No, I'm fine. But if you're hot, you can turn it on." So, last weekend was my birthday, and we went out to celebrate. Throughout the meal, she kept hinting that she wanted another cocktail but never actually asked for one. The waitress came by a couple of times, but my sister never ordered anything, even though the rest of us did. I could tell she was getting frustrated, but since it was my birthday, I tried to just let it slide. When we got home, she snapped at us, saying it was really rude that we all got drinks without ordering one for her. My brother and I pointed out that she had said no when the waitress asked, and she just brushed that off, saying that wasn't the point. She thinks we should have automatically known to order her a drink too, just because everyone else did, and that it was inconsiderate to let her go without. She even said she only said no to the waitress because her family should have been looking out for her. Now we've been going back and forth on this, and honestly, I'm just exhausted from it. I'm hoping to get some outside opinions on whether I should have ordered her a drink too. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think it would actually be considered rude to order someone another cocktail after they specifically told the waitress no. If I say I'm not drinking anymore but someone orders me another drink anyway, I would be annoyed that they decided they knew better about my alcohol consumption than I did. Commenter 2, I'm wondering what happens when she's hungry. Does she just expect her family to order exactly what she wants? Or does she magically become able to talk to the waiter then? Commenter 3, your sister sounds exhausting. My dad stopped taking me to my mother's grave because it made his new wife feel left out. I was 7 years old. My mom passed away when I, 17 was 5. By the time I was 7, my dad had remarried. The difference between before and after was huge. Before, he kept photos of my mom around, he talked about her with me, he took me to her grave, and we celebrated her birthday. After he met his wife, all of that stopped. The photos came down, her things were given away, and he told me we couldn't celebrate or visit anymore because it made his wife feel left out. When I told him it felt like he had forgotten her, he said that's what remarriage meant, that his new wife had to come first, and that I should think of her as my mom now too. I once overheard her say she was glad he told me that, because she hated that I wanted to keep my mom between us. Since then, our relationship has been strained and toxic. I resent him for acting like remembering my mom is disrespectful. There's only one mom for me, and I refuse to pretend otherwise. He tells me to get over it all the time, and he's even searched my room and taken away things of hers I tried to keep. He writes cards to his wife from me, calling her mom, and says I'm not allowed to use just her name. I started planning to move out as soon as I turn 18, and that's when he decided we needed therapy. But for him, therapy was just about lecturing me for not respecting his marriage. He even brought up a debate essay I wrote nearly a year ago where I argued against remarriage. He had saved a copy and showed it to the therapist, saying it was disturbing that his own kid would think that way. The therapist had to stop him from talking over her and told him if he refused to listen, therapy wasn't for him. Once he finally let me speak, I told him those views were shaped by him, by his choices and how he erased my mom. I said his wife was the second worst thing to happen to me, after losing my mom, because she changed him and made me see only the ugly side of remarriage. I told him I only wrote that essay after another one of his lectures, and that it was more like a journal entry I forgot about. But I stood by it, because he taught me to see remarriage as negative, and I'll always think of him as the worst type of person to remarry. He spent days after therapy telling me I was wrong to blame him, until I reached out to the therapist about it. She tried to follow up, but he refused to go back. Now he's still angry, calling me selfish and narrow-minded for caring only about myself and my mom. And I told him that since he refused to care, I had no choice but to. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. He hears every word you say but never actually listens. People like him won't validate your feelings, because proving themselves right always comes first. Good on you for finally speaking up. Commenter 2. I'm so sorry this was your childhood. Your dad tried to erase your mom's memory, and that's beyond cruel. Moving on and even remarrying is one thing, but forcing a 7-year-old to forget their mom and treat the new wife as the only parent is just wrong. If his wife was that insecure, that's on her. I hope you can get your own therapy and that your grandparents saved your mom's things for you. Commenter 3. Your dad is selfish and emotionally clueless. You should have kept your mom's things, and there should have always been photos of her in your room. He should have remembered her with you, not erased her. When a parent forgets or trashes the other, they're hurting the child too. Move out, get therapy, and let him stay mad. Deep down, he knows he messed up, his pride just won't let him admit it.
I told my husband I'm glad his mom died before meeting our baby. She treated me like trash and would have treated our daughter worse. I don't regret saying it, but now he thinks I'm horrible. Okay, I get it, this probably sounds harsh. But just hear me out. My mother-in-law was an absolute nightmare. I'm talking full-on movie villain status. She accused me of being a gold digger for marrying her precious son. Seriously, he's an accountant, not exactly a billionaire, and for 3 years straight, she forgot to invite me to family gatherings. Oh, and once? She sent him a framed photo of his ex with a note saying, "The one who got away." When we broke the news about our pregnancy, she said, "I'll believe it is his when I see the DNA test." Then, out of nowhere, she died last year in a car accident. I didn't shed a single tear. My husband was devastated, naturally, and I supported him through it, but deep down? I felt relief. Raw, ugly relief. Now fast forward to today, our daughter is 4 months old. Last night, my husband got drunk and emotional, lamenting, "I wish mom could have held her just once." And after countless sleepless nights and discomfort from breastfeeding, I lost it. Thank God she didn't. She would have made our kid feel worthless, just like she did to me. There was silence. Then he called me a heartless bitch and stormed off to sleep on the couch. Part of me knows I crossed a line, but another part of me stands firm. She was cruel, and her death doesn't erase that reality. He's grieving the mother he wished she could have been, not the one who actually was. Meanwhile, here I am, dealing with stretch marks and a baby who finally sleeps, and honestly, I'm not sorry. So, am I the jerk? Or is this one of those moments where the truth stings, but it had to be said? I became responsible for everyone before I even grew up. I didn't get to be a kid. I was busy holding my family together. Now I don't even know who I am outside of all that. After we left my abusive dad, everything changed overnight. We immigrated to a new country without him, and I suddenly went from being a regular kid to the one responsible for my whole family, my younger siblings, my mom, everything. It wasn't a gradual transition, I just found myself shouldering burdens no child should carry. I set up appointments, managed our immigration case, which took years, and dealt with the emotional weight that came with it. I filled out forms, translated documents for my mom, helped her with work matters, looked after the kids, and tackled anything that involved paperwork for us. It was all on me. Now, at 22, I realize not much has really changed. I still feel like my purpose is to keep everything running smoothly for everyone else. I didn't get the chance to be a teenager. I missed out on school, friendships, dating, and figuring out who I am. This fall, I'm starting college, and as I think about focusing on myself, I feel terrified. I'm not sure who I am outside of taking care of others. It feels like I don't even recognize myself anymore. As a child, I couldn't wait to grow up. I dreamed about being a teenager and especially what it would be like in my 20s. Losing those teenage years hurt, but I've tried to come to terms with it. When I look back, the only memories that feel truly mine are from doing online school during COVID and scrolling through TikTok, living vicariously through influencers who were out there making friends and enjoying life. That was my escape. I pictured my 20s filled with hanging out with friends, spontaneous little trips, cramming for exams late at night while laughing and being broke and eating junk food, just the simple joys of being young. Now, I watch my childhood friends experience all those things while I feel stuck on the sidelines. My mom relies on me for everything. I've emotionally carried her and sacrificed my own development for hers and my siblings. I love her, but lately, I can't help feeling resentment creeping in, which only adds to my guilt. Recently, I've completely lost my appetite and struggle to get in proper nutrition. I know I should do something about it and that I could push through to keep supporting everyone while tending to my own needs, but I can't seem to manage it. Even the smallest tasks overwhelm me. I don't have a social life, and I often find myself blaming myself for that. The isolation, loneliness, and regret are finally catching up to me. I don't want to point fingers solely at my home life. I know I have my own personal battles, like low self-esteem and crippling anxiety, but I genuinely believe that if I had gone through a typical teenage experience, I would have started addressing those issues more naturally. Right now, I'm just exhausted. I'm not even sure if I want to keep living this way. I can't envision a life that truly feels like mine. After cleaning the nastiest blowout of my life, my head nurse reached for my hair with her dirty gloves still on. I swatted her hand away, and now she's lying, saying I hit her and can't take a compliment. I'm a black woman, and that fact matters. I used to work in a nursing home, and about 8 hours into my 12-hour shift, I found myself cleaning up a resident's blowout with my head nurse. It was a messy situation, everywhere you looked, the toilet, the walls, the bed, the floor. Cleaning it up took us a significant amount of time, and afterward, while we were talking, my head nurse did something that shocked me. She reached out to touch my hair while still wearing the gloves she had just used for cleaning that messy situation. She had the audacity to say, "Your hair is so cute." It felt unreal and the world froze around me. Here's where I might be seen as the bad person. I sidestepped and swatted her hand away, not making contact, just swatting the air next to her dirty, gloved hand, and said, "Don't touch my hair." I wasn't shouting or even raising my voice. Just a stern statement. Her immediate response? "Okay," and she walked away. I shook my head, puzzled by why she thought that was acceptable, and continued my shift without dwelling on it too much. The next night, the head nurse's supervisor, my boss's boss, came in. It turned out my head nurse had spun a story claiming I hit her for complimenting my hair. I told the truth, that this was a lie, and told the real story. It was glaringly obvious that she either didn't believe me or didn't care. My boss's boss told me I needed to learn to accept compliments and not be so mean. As a black woman, I've encountered this kind of condescension throughout my life, especially for being reserved or shy. But it pushed me to finally speak up, in my own quiet way. I told her I wasn't being mean, that it was my head nurse who crossed a line. I'm not an animal to be petted. If she liked my hair, she could have simply said so and kept her hands to herself. I'll never forget the look on her face. She was shocked because I had never stood up for myself like that before. In the end, I was the one written up. I tried to contest it, But since it was my first write-up, it didn't hold much weight. A few weeks later, I quit that job. Just yesterday, I shared this experience with a new coworker, a white woman, laughing about it, and she didn't find it funny at all. She was confused and even questioned why I had a problem with a simple gesture like touching my hair. I ended up explaining to her, almost verbatim, what I had said to my former boss. She still insisted it was a jerk move because the head nurse was just trying to be nice. That frustrated me to the core, so I walked away. I shouldn't have had to justify why my right to personal space matters, why no one has the right to treat me like an object to be touched on a whim. Since that conversation, she's been distant. So here I am, posting this. Did I handle it wrong? Was I the a-hole in this situation? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the a-hole. Are there any black women or even black men above you that could help with this issue? OP's response: when I tried to fight it, I took it up with my boss's boss's boss. I worked in a nursing home with different buildings, so there were multiple management levels. He was a white man who told me it was pointless to take it to HR. He convinced me that I was a great employee and that one write-up wasn't a big deal. I lost interest in trying to explain why this was so inappropriate to more people and decided I would just find a new job and quit. As for the new coworker, this happened early yesterday morning. She hasn't done anything but act cold towards me since then. Commenter 2, why is this a race issue? OP's response: race became an issue the minute someone didn't understand why this was a problem. I wouldn't be posting about this if I wasn't black, not because it wouldn't happen, but because everyone involved would have known better than to touch me. My experience as a black woman shows that people often don't see me as someone who gets to dictate who can and not touch me. It's so much deeper than just the poop gloves. Why on earth did she feel the need to touch me?
My brother slept with my girlfriend while I was fighting for my life in the hospital. Now he wants my forgiveness and closure like nothing happened. I told him to get over himself and stay out of my life. When I was 22, I, 32M, went through a life-altering accident that nearly took my life. I suffered a traumatic brain injury, and during that difficult time, my girlfriend Jessie, 33F, was by my side at the hospital with my family, including my older brother Cameron, 35M. Shortly after the accident, I was devastated to learn that Jessie had gotten pregnant and decided to terminate the pregnancy with Cameron's support. It was shocking enough to deal with the aftermath of my injury, but to then find out they were having an affair was gut-wrenching. My sister caught them in the act and forced them to tell me once I was stable enough. When Jessie finally admitted it, she acted like we could just move past everything. I made it clear that there was no way I'd ever forgive her, and I wanted nothing to do with her or the life we built together. I told her I wasn't going back to our place, not now, not ever. Cameron dared to shame me for my feelings, but I kicked him out of my life entirely. My sister stood by me, making sure he understood he was dead to me, and that betrayal would never be forgiven. For a while, I focused on my recovery. Cameron tried to reach out, seeking forgiveness or reconciliation, but I wasn't interested. Then I discovered he and Jessie were together and expecting a child. It felt like a brutal stab in the heart, especially while I was trying to heal. My sister became my rock, the only person I could truly trust throughout this nightmare. Meanwhile, my parents insisted I work things out with them, wishing for a family reunion that I simply couldn't handle after everything I'd experienced. My sister often had to advocate for me when I just couldn't find the strength. Now, I am back to my normal life, but the whole ordeal took a toll on my mental health. I even had a health scare last year leading up to my wedding, all stemming from the overwhelming stress of it all. Cameron found out about the health scare back in April and asked our sister for my contact information. She wouldn't give it to him, so he started showing up at her house until he finally ran into my wife and me. He was relentless, demanding to know why nobody informed him sooner and why I wouldn't let him have my details. He insisted that we need to resolve this and find some closure. I told him honestly that I didn't need any closure, and since he was being so insistent, I told him to back off for good measure. He claimed that both he and Jessie needed my forgiveness and wanted me in their lives because their kids were asking questions and they felt it was unfair not to have answers. I made it clear that I would never forgive them or allow them back into my life. It infuriated me that he was trying to put the burden of his kids' questions on anyone but himself and Jessie. I told him he would never have the comfort of closure from me. I said he should imagine being in my shoes 11 years ago, after everything he and others had done to me, and now he wants forgiveness? I told him to get over himself. My sister ended up having to call the police to make him leave, as he refused to go. Afterward, he ranted to her about how I was willing to die in spite of them, and how it was wrong of me. He said if I was happy, I should move on and forgive, etc. She blocked him and told our parents she was completely done with Cameron too. They were so upset about what went down and asked me if there was any chance of me forgiving him. They hated keeping my health scare from him and seemed to worry that he might miss out on saying goodbye if the worst were to happen to me. I reminded them that he should have thought of that before everything spiraled out of control. They begged me to be more compassionate. It really frustrates me that they want to just brush this all aside and pretend it never happened. So, am I the jerk for not wanting to work on forgiving and allowing them this closure? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, not the jerk, what exactly do they want you to do? Tell the kids how their parents cheated, that their mom actually been pregnant with their cousin which lead to said cheating and you hate their parents' guts? Like what exactly do they think would be smart about forcing a relationship? You owe them nothing, and your parents show clear favoritism that they still don't understand why 2 of their kids now is no contact. Commenter 2, Cameron has the answers to his kids' questions, he just doesn't want to tell them. Commenter 3, your sister is a star. Before she passed, my wife made me promise not to date again, and now my daughter is screaming at me for breaking that vow 6 years later. 6 years ago, my wife passed away after a short illness. The day before she died, it seemed like she might actually recover. Out of nowhere, she looked at me and said, if I die, you're not allowed to date. I laughed, promised I wouldn't, and both of my daughters heard me say it. By the next day, she had taken a turn for the worse, and she was gone by noon. Since then, I've spent my time raising my girls, and this past August, I finally sent my youngest off to college. For the past few years, I've been part of support groups for people who have lost their spouses, and earlier this year, I connected with a woman who lost her husband around the same time. I wasn't looking for a relationship, but we really clicked. We've been on a few dates, and I've been trying to keep it quiet for now. That changed when we went to a restaurant, and our server turned out to be one of my older daughter's friends from high school. She must have texted my daughter, because later that night, my daughter called to scream at me. She said I was betraying her mom's memory and breaking my promise. I was furious at how she came at me, so I hung up and told her I'd call back after I had time to think. Now, I can't stop feeling guilty. I'm 45, and I want companionship, but I don't want my daughters thinking I'm disrespecting their mom. My wife's sister actually texted me to say that my wife's request was unfair, and that her whole family supports me moving forward. She even offered to talk to my daughter about it. I don't want to damage my relationship with my kids, but I feel so torn. Am I the problem for not honoring her request? Edit, to clarify, when my wife said it, I took it as a joke, and I think she meant it that way too. The problem is my kids were there and took it seriously. They were 14 and 12 at the time. She had been in the hospital with severe pneumonia, and things looked like she was getting better. None of us thought she'd decline overnight. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. No one here knew your wife, but it honestly sounds like she might have been joking when she said you couldn't date again. You're not in the wrong for this, you're allowed to move forward. You're only 45, and it's unrealistic for your daughter to think you'd stay alone forever. I actually think you handled it well by waiting until your daughters were grown before you started dating. Finding someone new doesn't erase the love you had for their mom. It's part of healing, and it's okay to want companionship. Commenter 2. Even if your wife was serious, your daughters don't get to run your life or decide who you can be with. Your daughter needs some therapy and a reality check. Dating again doesn't mean you forgot about their mom, it just means you're still living your life. Commenter 3. My husband and I make jokes like that all the time. It honestly sounds way more like she was joking, especially since she was starting to feel better and he laughed when she said it.
I shared my weight loss journey, and for the first time in ages, I felt really proud of myself. But then, at a party, someone had the audacity to ask me about my food choices in front of everyone. I asked her to stop, but she just kept going. I finally reached my breaking point and told her off. So I, 38F, used to weigh 351 pounds at my highest. With my doctor's guidance and some other health issues, I realized that I needed to change my habits because my relationship with food was really unhealthy. I had never seriously tried to lose weight before, and I know that medications and quick-fix diets wouldn't work for me. So, I decided to face my issues and do things the harder way. Over the past year, I've lost 54 pounds and am finally under 300 pounds for the first time in 6 years. I'm still working on myself, but I'm proud that the number is going down. I made a simple post on Facebook just saying, down 54 pounds, finally moving in the right direction. That was it. Yesterday, we had a barbecue and invited some of my husband's friends. Honestly, I don't really consider them my friends since I wouldn't socialize with them if not for my husband. I've always felt uncomfortable eating in front of others, a feeling that started in childhood. I didn't gain weight until my late 20s. I'm trying to work on that. When I ate, I had what I would normally eat alone: one burger, one hot dog, some beans, chips, a Pepsi, and later a brownie. Here's the thing: none of what I ate was what most people would call healthy. I get that. But at this point, I'm not trying to change my diet, I'm focusing on my habits and how I feel about food. Clearly, that's still a work in progress, and this incident did set me off. The amount I ate was fine for me, though. Then, the wife of one of my husband's friends looked at my plate and said, "I guess you're done with your diet." I simply replied, "I'm not on a diet." She responded, "According to Facebook, you are. You're bragging about your weight loss." I told her I wasn't bragging, just feeling proud. But then she said in a really snarky tone, "How is that?" while nodding towards my plate. I tend to get super agitated when I feel like I have to justify my choices. Her tone and the way she spoke to me really triggered me, so I snapped a bit and said, "I don't see how any of this is your business, so don't worry about it." She got defensive and said, "Yeah, you're really improving," before walking inside. Her husband told me, "That was uncalled for," and I replied, "So is her judging me?" He rolled his eyes, and that was that. Maybe I'm just sensitive. Food is always a touchy subject for me, but I've talked with my therapist about how I often feel like people are judging me when they probably aren't even paying attention. I'm trying to understand that I'm not under a microscope all the time. But, honestly, her tone and expressions felt really judgmental. My husband agrees with me, though he isn't a big fan of hers, so maybe he's biased, but I keep replaying the whole situation. I just wanted to enjoy my time without feeling like I had to explain myself to someone I hardly know. Ida?